Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Hobby Night. We are, of course, going to be painting some miniatures today, but before we really begin that, frankly, we're
let
gonna
people roll in first.
That's true. That's true. Well, I am gonna let people roll in. So how are you guys all doing? We're gonna get into some fall discussions because I have some feels. But we're gonna wait for people to roll in. But today's plan is to get started on the Securitron models, which we built up a couple of.
That was the last thing before vacation.
That's right, it was. These guys were the last thing before vacation. I have not primed any of the models that we built up on Tuesday yet, but these are my priority for painting as of right now, because I don't plan on doing anything specifically with the NCR anytime soon in games. Like, I'm sure I'll probably run them as a faction at some point, but they're not a high priority. I feel like Brotherhood is somebody we probably will run.
It's a faction.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew it was a faction that you probably would want to, because I know your entire base in 76 is Fallout, or is Brotherhood themed right now.
My hope is that they will turn out to be fun in factions. But by the way,
yes,
that should be delivered tomorrow.
Oh, excellent! Yes, we did finally we finally found available a copy of Fallout Factions, so we are going to be getting that in as well, and more than likely, after we've probably done a couple games in Fallout Wasteland Warfares, we'll probably do one, like a battle report, possibly in Fallout Factions, and then maybe even afterwards have like a 1 hour discussion or something on like the differences between them, like etc.
I'm definitely trying to do different things. I can already tell.
Oh, I can, just from the 1 or 2 games that we've played of Fallout Wasteland Warfares already, like just in comparison to other war games, I'm like, no, this feels more board game than, and not in, like, this is a very like combat heavy board game experience in my personal opinion than like pure war game experience.
Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that you're expected to set up the table with terrain and everything, if it was a game like Gloomhaven or a Zombicide game where they gave you tiles and you arranged it to create the environments, I think it would almost be 1-to-1.
I agree.
So that's really the big separator, is by making it a war game, they allowed it to be a lot more flexible of
terrain setup.
Use all the terrain you have, make whatever you want, instead of being limited to the tile sets from our board game.
Exactly, which I do, again, I really like. I actually, like, I've been really enjoying it as a game. All right, shall we,
So let people let's ask chat first. What did you think of this week's episode of Fallout Season 2?
I do have a little bit of Gengar vibes today with all the purple, absolutely. Yes, I would love to know what chat's thoughts are on episode 5, season 2 of the Fallout TV show, because
I want to give mine really quick so that then you can just dominate everything.
Sure.
Yes. I am of 2 minds about the show. I think Angela might be 2. I am pretty confident, or I'm receptive to the message of people online who have said, wow, Bethesda really doesn't like old Fallout and wants to burn the wasteland of all things from Interplay and that they didn't create, basically.
Right.
And at the same time, I think the parts of the show that have nothing to do with that are pretty damn good. Love everything with Coop. Love all the flashback stuff. Hate what they did to New Vegas and the fact that Deathclaws live 5 feet from Freeside, but no one cares, and the Deathclaws can't break through a chain link fence. That's all I want to say. I'm leaving the conversation now to leave it for you in chat.
So I'm pretty much of the same opinion as Chaos Cultist in this regard. The biggest thing, and I think this is my biggest disappointment so far of this season, and who knows, like, there's a chance that they could completely blow it out of the water and change my mind in these next 3 episodes. However, I am very low on confidence in that being able to happen at this point. And I kind of agree. I think that it feels like Bethesda and the showrunners are burning down everything that is not theirs. And there was a great tweet, multi-tweet actually, from, what was his name again? Because I always forget this design. Yes. So Chris Avalon?
Avalon,
Something like that. Basically, he was the
He was the writer on New Vegas, and he wrote Fallout 2.
Yes, so he wrote and worked on Fallout 2, and he was a creative head and wrote Fallout New Vegas. And basically, he had a tweet that essentially said that he doesn't think Bethesda dislikes the old stuff necessarily, but he does think that they may not really care about it much because they own the rights now and they're trying to tell their own story. And I think the problem also comes down to, and he sort of talked about this in his tweet as well, of that Bethesda's way of handling the Fallout universe is to treat it like a theme park. And I think the thing that bothers me the most at this point with Bethesda's handling of the franchise, both through the games, 3, 4, 76, and everything in between, because I have played them, is that they are wanting to do their own thing with the franchise. They're like, cool, we have this awesome post-apocalyptic theme park for people to play around in, and they're not wanting to progress it past that. And I honestly think Fallout is mildly suffering because of Bethesda, the same way that Warhammer 40K is suffering from Games Workshop. And by that, I mean Games Workshop has been stagnant in regards to the advancing of technology, the advancing of that world that they originally created, because they intentionally said, no, the humans are like forbidden from advancing technology. And I think that ultimately, while maybe fun and kind of goofy when they were willing to play with the stupidity that is a stupid doctrine to have, I think that is what a lot of businesses are doing with franchises right now, is they don't want to advance them beyond where they were when they were most nostalgic for people, because companies are unwilling and afraid to actually, they're trying to maintain that peak as long as possible. They're trying to get as much short-term gain as they can as possible, and they are completely afraid of actually trying new things, and because they're so afraid of those things potentially failing and not being able to be a nostalgic like mound for them to just sit on for the next 30 to 40 years.
If I can give some anecdotal
please.
insight to this. So, well over a decade ago, I worked at Zynga, the company that did those Farmville and all the Facebook games back in the day. And there was a constant war inside that company between game design and product management. And what it really came down to was game design was arguing for things that we believed would increase the game's longevity and the game's, for lack of a more scientific term, fun.
Yeah, the fun factor of it.
However, the problem with trying to test something for longevity or for fun factor is that longevity takes time to test.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, you can't prove anything in the 48-hour windows that current business on tech requires.
Yep.
And the only thing that they measure fun in
is how much money spent. God, I hate that.
And that argument was made blatantly to me.
Yeah.
As part of the design.
I mean, part of why I loathe that concept and know how, like, legitimately it has sunken its claws into every media franchise out there. I don't care who it is, they all have this problem to some degree, is because I did see that from you and hear that from you, and like we had conversations about it. And yeah, I know this is a fact that is happening because we see it in the like horrendous state that late stage capitalism is in right now. And I really don't think we can deny that, but that is definitively what's happening, and companies are genuinely unwilling, period, to try new things. That is why Netflix was able to get K-pop Demon Hunters so cheaply, despite how amazing it is.
Yeah, they only spent like $100,000 on it.
Is because I don't remember who it was. It was Sony, right? So Sony actually made K-pop Demon Hunters, and then like sold it to Netflix to do whatever they wanted with it, because Sony didn't have faith that it was gonna do anything, even though it's fucking amazing. And now Netflix has this grand old cash cow that I'm sure Sony fully regrets selling the rights to. because holy cow, it blew up and it blew up hard. And I think like if companies were more willing to do more stuff like that, and I don't even necessarily mean they have to focus on music or K-pop or like Asian culture or anything like that. Like that's not the point. The point is if they would be willing to actually create new things and try new things, they might find that they actually create new things that people want to spend their money on.
To clarify,
yes,
they made about $40 million on it.
Right. How much has Netflix made on it?
That's a harder number to say,
but it's definitely more than 40 million.
Well, and Netflix owns the rights to the merchandise.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the point. Is like Sony doesn't own the rights to the merchandise. They don't like, as far as I know, like I think they own the rights to the songs and everything. So like, they are banking. And dude, I don't know, Lucen. I don't know what happened, or Everett. I don't know what happened to that.
I want to answer that question because I can actually answer that for you.
Sure.
They still exist. In some small cases, random test groups for blind product tests does still occur. However, the majority of products that are sold modernly in the United States are digital products.
True.
Right? And so the way they test digital products, they still do it with blind test groups. They just do it with you on your social media. So, once again, peek behind the curtain because I was in Facebook in the early days.
Yes.
So, one of the ways that you may have heard this, and if you didn't, let me just give you an anecdote about old games on Facebook. Two players could log into the same game, and they could look at the same product in the store and see different prices for it. And what that is we were testing how much can we sell this product for and people will still buy it and maximize profit, right? And the way that is randomized back then on Facebook was based on the final digit of your ID code on Facebook. You probably don't know what that is. Don't worry about it. It's basically just what Facebook's system actually identifies you as instead of your full name.
Yeah,
your profile number 544432676.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
We're all just numbers in a.
And so what we would do for testing, it would be like, all right, for the test group, everybody whose digit ends in, or number ends in 7.
Yep, gets this test.
And there's other ways that can happen. There's other ways to randomize it. There's some data scientists who may be out there who are like going to throttle me, but they're not just a like bare bones example of how blind testing still happens.
Yes. Yeah, you're right. It is done a lot through social media and everything. Because especially since so many products are digital.
Yep.
It's honestly one of the reasons I like doing tabletop stuff so much because I like. Some people might call like my space very maximalist because I have a lot of physical things.
Yep.
But part of why I have so many physical things is because I am frankly not into the everything is digital. I don't want everything I own to be digitally owned. I would rather, basically I feel like, sure, right now I have all my games and all my various libraries and stuff, but what happens when Steam decides to not support that anymore? Like what happens when they get
started to come up because some Steam users have passed away sadly because it's been around for so long.
Yeah.
And I believe there was a case, and I would need to look it up for the details on this.
I think I remember what you might be talking about.
Where the father, like in his will, like bestowed his game collection to his child, which makes sense. As someone, I have a game collection on Steam with like 500 games on it. I've been on Steam since Half-Life and Half-Life 2 came out.
Right.
And so I can get how you may actually very much cherish this thing that has tens of thousands of dollars invested into it.
Yes.
And I don't think the child retains ownership. Because the EULA it's all just like you're paying for the license for that game.
See, and that's what bothers me. Like obviously I'm not gonna stop buying my games or anything digitally because I have a fair amount of confidence. I mean, yeah, you don't really have a choice in a lot of cases, and I do have a fair amount of confidence, at least in my lifetime, that Steam's probably going to be around, and I don't unfortunately have anybody to bequeath it to, even if I could. But like, I get that. I do and basically I don't like companies trying to make everything that they sell to us a digital product, which then therefore means like all we're doing is giving them basically money for nothing. Like, I know games are like a service and like that kind of thing. Like, I know it's not that, but like, it's not exactly nothing, but it kind of feels ultimately in the end of the day when they can just take all of it away, nothing. Which is why, yeah, so like I buy a lot of physical media for that reason. I print a lot of physical media for that reason. Like, I am maximalist partially because of my disdain for the digitizing of commodities. Like, if honestly, if I had to actually like pinpoint like why do I collect so much stuff, it's honestly partially that. I mean, I also was a collector from my youth. Good God, was I a collector in my youth?
So it helps justify it.
It does help justify it, but modernly, like, I do, like, because I don't collect the same way that I used to. Like, back in the day, for example, when I was, like, really young, one of the main things I collected was everything and anything potential Pokemon. Like, I was going to, like, Burger King, like...
Culture is different, though.
It is, and that's what I'm saying, is, like, I don't obsessively collect every little tiny thing Pokemon anymore like I used to. I actually feel like my collection is a little bit more wisely spent upon, rather than...
No, we did not buy the Pokemon Lego, and at least the current set we have no interest in.
Yeah, like I want down the line the Eevee because I am the absolute target demographic for Eevee. I have loved Eevee since her inception. Chaos Cultist is shaking his head at me because he knows that Eevee
You
is...
just misgendered half of Eevees.
What?
You just called Eevee a she. They are theys. There's two genders.
Sorry, okay, the fox creature.
Way to deny all the intesticle Eevee.
Okay, listen. When Eevee first came out, there were no genders except for Nidorina and Nidoran. So, I'm sorry. And mine was always a she. I always refer to my Eevee as a she. I am sorry. In the same way that everybody always refers to their vehicles as girls. Their ships and everything. Like, it's always a lady.
No, my Mustang was a guy.
Oh, well, fair enough. You're... Yes. No, please don't cancel me.
My Mustang was named Scar.
It was. Well, but wasn't it also called Medivh?
Who's also a man.
Oh, is Medivh a man? Okay.
Yes. Before it was named Scar, it was named Medivh. Medivh is the Watcher in Warcraft.
Oh.
He's the old man with the staff.
Got it.
Like,
Yes,
you
yes.
must lead the horde across the...
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I don't know why, but I was
The
thinking.
young man in the movie.
Yes. I don't know why I was thinking Medivh was like some sort of female elf character.
No.
Sounds like a female elf name to me, honestly.
No. He's human.
You call your car a guy as well? He's your bro? Okay, fine. Okay, well, and back in the day, like ships all used to be women.
Mine had this shifter that was its dick, so that's why.
Oh, you like to handle dick, huh?
Well, I mean, when it comes to gear shifting, yes, that's an old joke. You're not going to beat men on that.
Well, fine. Okay, fine. I feel like there was a time period where I felt like everybody referred to their vehicles as like femme. But maybe I'm wrong.
I think you are.
Okay, clearly I'm wrong.
Yeah, this is Medivh.
Okay. Yeah, no, I remember him. I remember him from the young man from the movie as well. And then there was an expansion that we did where he was like a very prominent person.
No, his inheritor is.
That's what it was.
The like 50-year-old handsome
Yes.
guy. That's his apprentice.
Okay. That's why I was remembering
He
like the name.
inherited the title after he accepted. So.
That's what it was. Okay.
So we see flashbacks. Guys, we haven't played WoW since like Legion.
Yeah, I haven't played WoW since like college, basically. Okay, boats were traditionally ladies. See, that's what I thought. I was like,
I'm not talking about boats.
well, okay, fine. The point is, I don't even remember.
We're talking about Pokemon.
Oh, we were talking about Pokemon. Okay.
So Eevee's a boat to you.
Yeah, Eevee's a boat to me.
Okay, fine.
I like to
Then
ride.
you buy it and then throw it in the ocean.
What?
It's a boat, it's fine.
Don't throw. Please don't throw the Eevee into the ocean. I want to have it on a shelf.
But it's a boat. It belongs at sea.
We have ships on a shelf. Fine, I'm throwing the Mary in the ocean then.
I dare you.
Don't throw my Eevee, and I will.
So if I don't throw your Eevee in the ocean, you will throw
No,
it
stop.
to the ocean.
Pause.
You I have no choice but to protect the Going Mary, but to hurt Evie in the simulation right now, chat. There you go. It's an Evie. Over there is the ocean. Yeah.
Okay, you've done it. Cool. Now I don't have to throw the throwing.
Simulation. That's the real.
No. No. Put it in the bath. There we go. I'll just put it in the bath. Give her a bath.
I'm gonna throw the Going Mary into the ocean if I don't throw Pokemon into the ocean.
I misspoke.
So because Set has to go into the ocean.
No set has to go in. If you throw my Eevee into the ocean, I'm throwing a precious set of yours into the ocean. Is what I'm trying to say.
This is a war you do not want.
I know. So please just don't throw it into the ocean.
But if I do, you're gonna throw the Going Mary in the ocean.
No, I'm not. I'm not going to. I misspoke.
I'll have fun editing this into something later. Guys, she beat me earlier today with a metal pot.
Okay, first of all, it was this mug.
Okay, that thing weighs 10 pounds and it's made of stainless steel. And she took this thing and she struck me upon my knee with such force as to generate a barbarous yelp from my maw.
It's true. So we were going for our morning walk, and we just took a corner too close together, and I happened to have the water bottle in the wrong hand, which is the side that is between us. And in the process of going, he bumped into me, and in that,
I tried to move close to my wife and put my arm around her, and her response to this is to raise her mace up, like Sigmar wielding the jar.
Yeah, I definitely did this and went, whoa! No, I was holding it like this, and he bumped his knee into it, and I was like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It rang out. Okay.
It did actually.
Not exaggerating this part. The sound, she nailed me right on the kneecap.
I did. I was so devastated.
Reverberated through the neighborhood.
Oh my god.
It fucking hurt.
I was so devastated. Because the thing is too is that he had just recovered from fucking up his knee.
The other knee.
Yeah, the other knee from when we were out and about, and he was moving out of the way to give somebody room on the sidewalk, and he banged his knee hard into a wrought iron fence that was adjacent to this
one
business.
Of the railings around a seating area at a restaurant, and I just as I'm moving, I'm turning my torso, my right side around, so I'm leading with my right knee, and I just Kenny Omega.
Yeah, it was bad.
I V-triggered a fence.
You did.
Not a soft fence.
No, and so I felt really bad because he had just kind of gotten over that pain.
Yeah, both my knees and both my feet have been fucked up in the last 3 months.
Yeah, his legs have been taking a beating. So I felt absolutely horrendous about doing that. And it was genuinely an accident. It was not intentional. Please know that. I am just a klutz and I feel extra bad. I sometimes you'll see random bruises on my leg or random scratches on my arm or whatever, and that's because I'm a klutz and I run into things all the time, and I also scrape myself on things all the time because I'm just not paying attention, and I sometimes flail. If you guys have ever watched any of my content, you know I justify all of the goddamn time. I'm literally doing it right now, and I can't help that. That's just the way that I speak. I speak with my hands. And so I'm walking with him. I'm swinging my arms a little bit, with the thing in my hand. With gusto, and it just rings. It was such a loud noise, and I felt horrible. Okay, back to Fallout, because I haven't actually talked about my opinions on the show. Right. We got sidetracked. So
let's talk about the death clause. The 4 death.
The 4 death clause living in the Vegas. Okay. Out of everything that they have done in this show so far, my actual greatest critique, I don't really give, I accept that Bethesda is wanting to have creative control in directing the future narrative of this game and would really like people to stop referencing Fallout 1, Fallout 2, and New Vegas. I get that. Like, I do agree with the designer previously who said that he doesn't think that they hate Fallout, but they really want to do their own thing with Fallout because guess what? They own it. I understand that. I don't really appreciate the approach necessarily of them seemingly wanting to just say fuck you to every faction that has been a part of the franchise so far.
It's like, I don't mind if Kaiser's Legion needs to fall, fine. The NCR needs to fall. That's fine, but something else should have come from it. And when it comes to Kaiser, I'm sure we're going to see Macaulay Culkin again. But it's sort of this idea of like, okay, yeah, the NCR fell. Where's now the story about like the 4 or 5 other major cities in the NCR?
Yeah.
Breaking down and going to war with each other.
Yeah, or
because that would fit the Fallout War Never Changes factionalist debate.
Right.
Same thing with Downtown Vegas with the Death Claws. I wasn't expecting it to be abandoned. By the way, 4 Death Claws have been living there, capable of destroying buildings by walking through them.
oh, and there's in a small flick of their tail can completely, absolutely annihilate an entire palm tree.
But the street has not changed 1 polygon in 15 years.
Nope. That's the first door they've decided to try to walk through that wasn't open to make a giant hole. I'm sorry, but if you
in Fallout 76,
May I?
when there were Death Claws, there's poop and stuff everywhere.
Exactly. Okay, here's the thing. If you are telling me, this is my biggest complaint.
I thought I had grounding into Death Claw intelligence theory, but within 30 seconds that was dead.
Yeah, like I wish the Deathclaw intelligence theory had been valid. That means that there's still going to be
that voice in the trailer.
The super mutant. Then I'm assuming. If it's not Thaddeus. But I don't think it's Thaddeus because he doesn't have that confidence.
No,
that line with.
It's not bulking either.
He's not bulking.
Which would happen first.
Yes. So here's the thing. My biggest complaint is the Deathclaw scene. Predominantly because it makes no sense. We had visual presentation in the episode of how destructive they are, and yet those buildings were standing. If you're telling me that the entire population of New Vegas and all seemingly of House's Securitron robots were destroyed by said Deathclaws, then Vegas should have been rubble. And no one should have been living near it.
The living near it is what really got to me, because like I could have accepted on a just creative, it's a television theory of, okay, there are Deathclaws here. Why haven't they fucked it up? Because they wanted to leave it iconic for the shots.
Yeah.
Fine. But then they slid under a chain link fence with like a single beam in front of it.
Which I can tell you, having crafted many a settlement in both Fallout 4 and Fallout 76, that chain link fence is like 3 scrap worth of steel.
It's not gonna do anything.
It ain't gonna do jack shit
And so,
against keeping out 4 motherfucking Deathclaws.
And that's really what got me of like, wait, but they're living next to
And it's really populated. That's the other thing. It's not like it's like scavengers who are trying to like sneak in and survive. No, there are whole organizations. Like we saw, an actual casino still stands and is functioning. I'm
just going, okay, let's assume it's a Kaiser ending, because that seems like what it has to be at this point, right? So, because that's the only, I think that's the main way Kaiser would have had survived longer.
Yeah, it has to be Kaiser.
Macaulay Culkin is the doctor, and Macaulay Culkin, I think himself has believed that he is.
He looks like him. If he's not, they've done such a good job to like make you think that he is. But in the same way, like I still don't know about the other guy being a synth. But go ahead.
My point with that is that, all right, so we can assume that the courier must have killed the Van Graffs and the gun runners.
Why though?
Because, well, the Van Graffs there's a quest around. So
okay, fair enough.
Sense, but like,
okay, yeah, because that's the laser guys,
like,
right?
Why have there not been the remains of the 3 gangs?
Yeah.
That ran the other casinos. rallying troops to retake their turf.
What also, okay, you know what I just realized, we saw in Freeside on the non-side with the Ghoul Kings, the King's house, like his studio.
Yeah.
Why the fuck were the ghouls on the other side, and why were the kings on the other side, and why did they ghoul?
So the implication about that was that they had shown up to help defend the gate against seemingly the Deathclaw attack.
Are Deathclaws that?
No. I will say the robots would probably be in shitty shape because House is dead.
I mean, I get the robots being in shitty shape and those maybe eventually going down, but there were still an ass ton of them. But
here's the thing, guys. That was our biggest problem with the episode.
Honestly, it was.
And does feed into what we're saying, though, of we hate how much, because I would have loved for Vegas. I still want Vegas to be fucked up. I wanted it to change. You know what I would have liked? Taking the idea from Caesar's Legion, where they're fighting over the corpse 5 feet in the middle. Why has no one thrown a grappling hook?
Yeah.
I have not seen anyone bring this up on Twitter. This is an original idea.
Do they have grappling hooks in that universe?
They have rope and they have hooks.
You're right, they do. They have those big meat hooks. You literally get it as a weapon.
So why doesn't somebody just throw it?
And just drag him?
Yeah. I mean, I guess that's disrespectful, but you get where I'm going.
Yeah. Anyway. Well, I guess the point is maybe the other side would then charge the hill and just start slaughtering.
Then you shoot them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, anyway. Do that, because I think it would have made a lot more sense. If instead of doing that with Kaisar's Legion, do that with the strip with the houses. The Lucky 38, Securitrons all die, right? That means the doors to the 38 fall open. All 3 gangs look at each other, all start to take a step forward towards it, and all pull guns on each other.
Yep.
And you, in essence, have all the gangs there. They coexist, maybe in Freeside.
Yeah.
But once they're inside, they're all watching each other because everyone wants the 38, but no one wants to let the other ones in.
Yes.
That would have been such a bet. I'm sorry.
No, it would have been so much better. Here's the other thing that also really doesn't make sense to me about the Deathclaws. We have shown from the get-go, season 1, that the Brotherhood of Steel have way too many members. They are loaded with guys. And they seem to have a fair amount of power suits, too.
And vertibirds.
And vertibirds. They're supposed to be techno freaks. Why the fuck, at minimum, did the Grand Canyon Brotherhood of Steel not waltz into New Vegas the minute they saw it was evacuated because there were 4 rando Deathclaws that came in?
Number of Deathclaws. They have vertibirds.
That's what I'm saying.
They can just kill them from the air.
That's what I'm saying. It's a pitiful number of Deathclaws. They are the Brotherhood of goddamn fucking Steel. They should. They have.
For what it's worth, after the first 5 minutes, we like the episode a lot more. We're just very angry at the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, I liked the episode overall because I really like what's happening with Coop. I'm really intrigued to see what's going on with Hank. Holy shit, Norm. Oh my god, Norm. But holy cow, to start the episode with Deathclaws and them running their punk asses away through I'm sorry this is spoilers for the first 5 minutes, but through a measly whatever. The Deathclaws should have plowed through that fence, and then we should have had a chase scene.
I like how they implied the Deathclaw did run into the fence.
And got stopped by it. That's the thing that pisses me.
I guess the Deathclaw slid to stop because he was like, oh no, I'm running into a wall, stop.
Which doesn't make sense because you just burst through one out of a building which was thicker and more crumbly.
And I get it. The Deathclaw's gonna break out later because we see in the trailer.
Yeah.
But alright. With that all said and done.
Oh, can I say one other theory that I have about the episode?
Please.
So
a lot of theories about the episode. I'm just trying to move past our anger.
Oh yes. So that's my main issue. Loved the scene with Lucy in the store. That was great. I'm not gonna give too many spoilers if people haven't watched the episode fully yet. But Lucy having her a classic player moment in that convenience store was fantastic. The scene between her and the ghoul in the hotel room, I guess, essentially, was also great.
It's a tavern inn.
Yeah, the tavern inn. The best part, though, of the entire episode was the on-screen debut of my favorite motherfucking Fallout character ever, Mr. Fisto! He made an appearance in episode. I love Mr. Fisto. I love Mr. Fisto. When I play Fallout New Vegas,
Fisto.
It's Mr. Fisto.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Mr. Fisto.
I'm gonna look that up.
Please look it up. I thought it was Mr.
I'm
Fisto.
like, are you misgendering Fisto?
It was. I don't think Lucy's gonna become a ghoul.
No, they are just Fisto.
Is it just Fisto? Oh, okay. I thought in the game it was Mr. Fisto, but maybe somebody introduced me
According
to
to the wiki, it is Fisto.
Fisto. Okay, so Fisto's there. My apologies, didn't mean to misgender Fisto. But Fisto's there and he's my favorite character and I just love him. I have had many a passionate night with Fisto in Fallout New Vegas. And it was great to see him in it. And honestly, he was paired with two of my favorite characters to follow right now. Because oh boy, I loved every scene with that doctor in it. The quack doctor who sells Thaddeus his miracle drug that's slowly turning him into some sort of centurion or centaur or whatever. Oh my God, I everything that's happening to that guy, love it, absolutely love it. How did they enter the strip in the first place? Did they get in by the monorail station? I think they came in on the other side. So you know how Freeside?
I believe they came in through the western gate.
Yeah, I think they came in through the western gate because technically, and this is
through the eastern.
Yes, I think.
And the weird. Oh, I've got one other complaint.
Yes.
There is literally it is pitch middle of the night.
And then it cuts to immediate daytime.
And then it is should be less than 5 minutes later.
Yeah, because they're just standing there. So the implication is that Lucy and the ghoul just stood there for 12 hours. They were waiting. They just clicked they opened their Pip-Boy and was like, wait, 12 hours.
Yeah, they had to rest to heal. Maybe that was supposed to be the joke.
Maybe, but it wasn't delivered well. But yeah, honestly, here's the conclusion that the fifth episode has really, really made clear to me. And I kind of already felt this from basically, honestly, the get-go. And if you've read any interviews or such from Bethesda, and even I think the team that made the show in the first place, they did not anticipate the first season doing as well as it did. It was a surprise to them that it was as big of a hit as it was. And I think that knowledge made Bethesda go, oh my God, we have to capitalize on this. And also stick our noses into it a little bit more. Because there is definitely, and I think, and what I mean by that, I don't even think they're actually sitting there going and being like, do this to piss the fans off or anything like that. What I think is happening is they're going, hey, this is really popular. We're now going to use this as a jumping off platform for our next Fallout game. Especially if people continue to really like it. Because we're going to base some of the canon information that's gonna historically be used in that next game to basically build the story and all of this stuff and do all this setup. We're gonna use a lot of the information that we've been hinting at / revealing in this TV show, on top of what they're doing in Fallout 76. I think those two, between that game, Fallout 76, and the TV show, I think those two things are driving probably way more than it should the narrative of whatever the next Fallout game is going to be, / the setting of the next Fallout game. For ill or for good. And I really don't think it's necessarily going to be the best. But I do think that's what's happening. So I think, unfortunately, season 2 is being turned into, because we know that there is a confirmed season 3. They've already said that. They've been greenlit for season 3. This is a setup season. This entire season is now I think whatever they may have wanted to do with going to New Vegas and getting Hank and all of this stuff, which like with Lucy's journey specifically, that I think has been extended far beyond where it may be, or changed dramatically from what it originally was going to be, because they were like, oh, we weren't expecting this to be as big as it is. We were thinking maybe we get 2 seasons at most, and then it would kind of conclude. But now we've been given like the green lit for potentially like 4 or 5 seasons. And I'm really worried this is going to turn into a like Stranger Things problem, that like each season is just gonna get more and more off the rails and like and potentially not get good again. But I'm fingers crossed that we just get all of our setup and all of that nonsense out in this season, and then we go into season 3 and we have another season like season 1. That's my hope. That is my like genuine hope. Well, here's the thing. It makes sense that they do actually have some of those costumes. And if you actually look at a lot of them, they're wearing like old football uniforms and that kind of stuff. But the ones who do have the legit, like more Roman costumey stuff, they're in Vegas. They literally stole them from Caesar's Palace. Like that's the like vibe you're supposed to get, or whatever the Caesar's Palace equivalent is in New Vegas. But that is the original concept for Caesar's Legion, and why they had some of that uniforms is because they ended up in New Vegas, found all that stuff, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna use this. So, I mean, I get it, but like, there is precedent for it because we literally do have a Roman-themed casino in our own Vegas, and so it makes sense. I think overall, it was a fine episode. The best parts, unfortunately, right now, of the Fallout TV show are the backstory stuff that we get to see. Basically, all of the pre-war stuff right now is the most interesting. And I think that predominantly comes from the fact that none of the video games have realistically actually touched that much pre-war stuff outside of like stuff you just read. Like the closest equivalent that we have ever gotten to a like pre-war, you get to walk around the world, is the very, very beginning of Fallout 4, of course. And then the Anchorage DLC for 3, because you have the scenario, the simulation of being in Alaska and doing Operation Anchorage, which is what we saw in episode 4 of the TV show, where Coop sees the Deathclaw for the first time. So like, I think my problem at this point is I completely understand, I think, some of the decision-making process. Like, do I know the exact choices that are being made? Absolutely not. Like, and do I claim to? Never. But I at least feel like I have a generalized understanding of what probably is happening on like a decision-making process of, okay, we need to do this. It's getting like this amount of popularity from just the general audience, let alone the Fallout hardcore. Let's use this to introduce this franchise to a bunch of new people, and we're going to really direct them into whatever the next game is. The worst part about, I think, all of this planning and this concept, because I do not doubt in any regard that Fallout, the TV show, is going to be referenced and or have stuff from it used in the next game, period. That is definitely gonna happen, regardless of what people ultimately feel about the series in the long term, but I do think it's gonna happen. It's just a matter of like, how much do they take from it? And how long does it take them to do it? And the problem is, I think it's gonna take them way longer than they even anticipate. Like, I realistically don't expect us to see even a trailer for a new Fallout game until like 2030. And I don't even think it's gonna release in that time period. I think we're gonna get it in like 2032 or potentially 2036 at like the latest. Because I just don't actually have faith that Bethesda's gonna get anything out in a quick time period now. Because if you look at games from like the 90s and the early aughts and the speed at which these companies were putting high quality, sometimes janky, but still incredibly replayable and fun games out, and the pace at which they're putting them out now, it is stupid how long it takes them to make these games now. And a lot of it is because they scrap half of what they're doing and then restart, which I'm really worried could happen with this Fallout game, like whatever the next one is, because if people turn on the TV show and they've pulled so much from it, they're gonna probably wanna like get rid of that and purge it out of the gameplay and the narrative so that they're not pissing people off by referencing something that they ultimately ended up disliking. And that's just going to prolong when that game gets released. And I can just see it happening now, which is the unfortunate thing. But overall, like, I'm still very invested in watching the TV show. I'm excited for the next episode because I'm like, fingers crossed they're gonna make this all make sense. Because the other main thing that really doesn't make sense to me right now, and okay, there's one other thing I need to very specifically have a theory conversation about. My hard bet right now is that if and when the ghoul finally finds his daughter specifically, she is not going to be the 6/12-year-old that they say she was when she went into the pods. Although I'm pretty sure like in the opening, when we see the bombs drop, or at least what we think is the bombs dropping, and Coop rushing off with the horse and her on it and riding away, like she's definitely like not a preteen. She's an elementary school kid at like still, and I'm pretty sure she's like 6 or 7. I don't think the daughter is gonna be a child anymore. I think we're totally pulling a Fallout 4 with this, and I think Janie is going to be an adult. And the mother is going to either be like an old lady or she's gonna be dead. Like I one of those two things is gonna happen, because we didn't see them in the cryopods when they panned over. We got to see their nameplates, spoilers, but you don't get to see them, which to me says that they're not in there. And there's a key factor that I want everybody to remember. Hank was her assistant. So he could have talked to her on the phone. That could be who he was reporting to. And it makes sense to me that that could potentially be the case, because one, I think the two of them may have bonded over their weird obsession with like family, because they really made a point that, oh, I forget her first name now, but Mrs. Howard was really like, family was important. They made a point in season 1 that the whole reason she was doing all of this, that she was like wanting Cooper to like be the face of Vault-Tec and wanting to get them into this high-end management facility, was because she wanted to protect her family. That was important to her. And so I still, like, one of my biggest questions, like, as much as I really hated the Deathclaw scene, the biggest thing that actually makes me go, but how? Like, what? Could you please explain this? Is if Cooper Howard has been outed as a commie-supporting pinko at the point where we are shown the bombs are dropping, how does his multi-billionaire Enclave employed wife let him have their daughter's custody
on the day
that the bombs are gonna drop? Like, even if she like knew it was in that time period, there's no way she would have given him permission to have her at that time.
So here is my theory.
Yes, tell me.
And this fits some bits of lore. House in New Vegas, we know, got the date wrong of the bombing by 20 hours. That's it. However, 20 hours is a good amount of time for a man to pass off his daughter to his ex-wife.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if, for some reason, and maybe we'll get an answer this, or maybe next season, why did the bombs drop a day sooner than expected? And I think that might be it, because maybe it was a situation where they were doing that birthday party. And by the way, there's an inconsistency, because the bombs were supposed to drop at 6 a.m. on the West Coast. Yeah. That means that birthday party was happening at 6 a.m. because that was Los Angeles. Shrug. I don't know. I'm just going to leave that one alone.
Yeah, I'm going to ignore that one.
I think that's the show screwing with the timeline a tiny bit. But what I was going to say is I think it's a situation where Coop had her, he had that job that morning, and then maybe he was going to drop her off, after lunch.
Right.
To go see the mom, and the mom had it all planned. She'd pick him up, take him straight to the vault.
Potentially.
Because it still lines up with the bombs came in 20 hours early.
Maybe. I
don't have enough faith in the show either.
Yeah, that is the biggest, I need them to explain that scene more than anything else, because I just don't get it. But yeah, no, someone absolutely pushed the button early. That is canon from Fallout New Vegas.
Well, it's not that someone pushed the button early, it's that House's calculations
were off
by 20 hours. And based on what happened in the show, I don't know if that's just supposed to be representative of the fact that House is fallible.
Right.
Because that is kind of the theme.
Yes.
In the game and in the show, which
I did like in the conversation that Coop has with House, how many times House was like, I don't know that, and 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 I don't know that.
Yeah. And some people I've seen online have gotten upset that House broke. Now, one, if you play a psychopath in the game, you can make House break in the game and get really angry in the same way you got mad at Coop.
Yeah.
Some people have never seen that.
Fair enough.
But I also point out what Coop was doing, unintentionally, was pushing House's ultimate buttons.
Yep.
Which is pointing out the things he doesn't know. And literally everything Howard is asking about
is the thing, yeah.
Are the things he doesn't know.
Yes.
And so that's why he also snapped, I think, way more easily.
I also think it was completely in character for House to behave that way.
Yep.
House is an eccentric, insane billionaire.
Yep.
He is genius, but he is literally meant to represent people like Howard Hughes and Ford and all of these people. Yeah, the bombs canonically drop early.
Okay. Early is subjective because there is no canonic scheduled time the bombs were supposed to drop.
Right, sorry.
What it is House's I can predict the future calculator calculated when the bombs are going to drop. He got that estimate wrong by 20 hours.
Yes.
Which resulted in a delivery he was expecting not coming in time.
Yes. Yeah, the entire plot of Fallout New Vegas is basically centered around the fact that the platinum chip you as the courier is supposed to be delivering and gets stolen from you at the very beginning of the game from Benny is meant to go to House because it's meant to complete his security system and would have allowed Vegas to survive completely unscathed seemingly from the bombs dropping. And the reason House was expecting this at a certain time is because the thing that House likes to do is he is a mathematician. He specifically says this in the TV show, and it's something that's made very clear in the video game as well, is he is a science and math guy, and he trusts the numbers. And so he has been basically running prediction modules about when the end of the world is going to happen, how it's going to happen, and when it's going to happen. And his predictions, what he thought was infallible, and this is meant to be the point that I think Obsidian was supposed to be saying.
Yeah, House knows enough to be dangerous. In that, he can kind of see the future, but he's not accurate enough to actually leverage it properly. In the same way, and this could be just Fallout's message, an individual who studies history in the news right now may be able to see where things are going, but feels powerless to do anything about it.
Right, exactly. And I think that is kind of the point of that character. And I just think that I guess the point is I don't think he was out of character because that freak out, that autistic freak out that he had is a freak out House would have. That character should be obsessive enough and paranoid. The point is, the key thing about House is he's paranoid as fuck. As a lot of the people in the Fallout universe is, and Howard Hughes was. Because, again, he is based off of Howard Hughes. They have said that is fact. He looks like Howard Hughes, exactly.
By the time we start this.
Exactly.
So before I go,
Yes.
I want to call it one other plot point that was revealed.
Yes.
And this is not a new plot point necessarily, but so House calls out that he figured out that the world was ending in 2065.
Yes.
This is something that is canon from the video game. He tells the courier the same thing, that he came to this conclusion, and 2065 is 12 years before the bomb's dropping in October of 77.
Mm-hmm.
He called out that it was the birthday of Hoop's daughter.
Yes.
And the way that it's been implied based on the dialogue is that it's literally the day that she was born.
Yes.
Not her, like, first birthday or second birthday. It was literally, that is her day of birth.
Yes.
So, one, I will call out that there is a problem, because that means his daughter was 12 in the first episode.
And she don't look like she's not behaving or looks like a 12-year-old.
So I'm still confused by what's going on there.
I am too.
Considering the bomb was supposed to drop at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So let's set that problem aside. I think that means that Hoop's wife is the one who has made the decision to end the world because she had a daughter.
But why?
I don't know, but that's what the storyline is pointing at to me. Because we're showing that the wife is evil and is Vault Tech and is in charge of the Vault experiments.
Yeah, which
and
also
by the way, the bomb decision was seemingly solidified, according to House, on the date the girl was born, which just to me says this Vault Tech executive woman looked at her newborn baby and postpartum depression or whatever.
In which I have to destroy everything for you.
And I honestly kind of think we might be going there.
So,
Maybe
do you
not
think...
literally in that way, but I do think that's what happened to Barb.
Do you think it's that she's like, I have to reset this world?
Oh yeah, we see a lot.
Yeah, you do see House in this episode. You see real House. You see like pre-war
You
House.
see all of them.
We don't.
There's many houses. There's the end credits.
Oh. Are we still? Is that meant to be him?
I'm gonna guess.
He doesn't have windows.
He's the only person in there.
I mean, I guess so. That's just so... Guys, get your fucking art right. Like, that's just annoying because it's like, it's an easy thing that like, if you literally just look at screenshots of the game, you would know. But I guess it don't matter. But yeah, like, I feel like it's funny because I feel like I've ranted about the show a lot, but I am genuinely invested. But I think because I am so invested and I do really, really like the world of Fallout, but I do think it suffers from the fact that Bethesda does not want to advance it at all. It just is a problem. I thank you, I will. Vault-Tec did prop them their notes in 4 available to read. Yeah, no, exactly. Well, there's a whole bunch. The funny thing is like, there's so much in those games that they do actually give hints about, because like 76 has entire like holotapes where you get to listen to Maxim, like the original Maxim who founded the Brotherhood, and like hear his philosophy and why he's doing these things and why he chose the terms paladins, knights, and squires and all of this shit. So like, there's so much context in there. The problem is like not everybody is privy to, or like wants to spend the time researching it. I definitely think that's a little bit of a problem when you're doing the show. All right. Well, that is my feelings about the Fallout TV show, episode 5, out of the way. I don't really think there's anything else specifically to like call out. Fisto is definitively the best part. That entire scene. I actually think the scene. Oh my gosh, we didn't talk really about Norm. I worry for him. I worry for him a lot. I like his girlfriend. That's cute. But I do worry for him. Okay, let's get painting. I'm gonna work on our security guy first. I think, over Yes Man. Now, I pulled up some reference for the bots, and they are mostly in like police blue uniform colors. So I am thinking, how do I want to approach this? They are metallic-y, like their undercoat is metallic, but then they have like an opaque blue finish over top. So what I'm thinking is I might just do like steel on everything. How do I? No, I think I'm just gonna paint. I think I'm gonna paint them in the opaque blues, actually. Well, maybe I'll do it in contrast blues. I think I'm gonna do it in contrast blues, and then I'm gonna weather it both with powders and do a little bit of paint speckling to do some chipping effect. But I think that might be the way to approach the model. And I think the best bet for that, where are my blues? Oh, that's right, I moved them into here. Ultramarine blue. Nope, you're Storm Fiend. Will that be better? Do you think Ultramarine blue or Storm Fiend blue? Because they're kind of like a mix of a bunch of different blues.
My immediate memory is Storm Fiend.
Yeah, it's a little bit more like.
This is. Yeah, this is the one I thought was.
Okay, as opposed to this, like.
Yeah, Ultramarine's very blue genie.
It is, but like, look how I don't know. I feel like it is a little blue genie. What do you think? I mean, I kind of like that color more, I think, than an ultramarine blue. You think so?
Yeah.
That's was my concern. I think we'll have to go with ultramarine blue. Because Azurman blue and Talisar are going to be way too blue-blue. Celestium is going to be too purple-blue, and everything else is too pale.
Legitimate sea green or not? Because I'm comparing it to like the handle of those pliers.
I really think it might work.
Okay.
Like, I'm looking at like this. I'm gonna go with it, and then if I feel like it's too greeny, I'll just put a blue wash over top of it.
You can really try and like blur the face.
Yeah, I can do that. Yep. I am doing very well, Hari. Thank you for asking. Ola Jandro? Yes, there's an R in there. Sorry, my brain like blinked. I'm actually inclined to say the Storm Fiend is closer to what this is showing.
Okay.
So I'm gonna just go with it.
Yeah. You want me to take her out or leave her in here? There are some traps. I'm worried about the fur being the one.
Yeah, go ahead and take her out.
Okay.
Here, I'll give her a little pet. Hi, come here. Come here. I'll pet you for a moment, and then you can leave. Okay?
She's down there, I promise.
She is. You can kind of see the top of her head. Oh, are you standing in front of the heater? Come here. There you go. Do you see her tail?
A little bit.
Where are you going? Here she is. You're like, what are you guys doing out here? You're being so loud.
Yeah,
are you complaining about that Fallout show again? You had an entire conversation about it while you were watching it.
Oh, for about 3 hours. I will admit, for anyone who saw the episode already. I misunderstood House, and I thought he had calculated the bomb to drop it.
Oh, I think a lot of the internet did, actually.
And I was like, what the hell? That's probably 12 years before it happened. And then it's like, no.
I mean,
calculated the answer to when the bombs were dropping on her birthday.
Yes. You're going to move.
He doesn't reveal the date. He just mentions that the date moved when he gave it the false information about Cooper showing up to kill him.
Yes. Yes.
By the way, people, the poison, Vault-Tech's suicide thing.
Oh, yes. Got it. Okay.
Try not to combine too many bad words there for you to...
I understood.
The
yeah.
humane project Vault-Tech ever made.
Yes.
Yeah, that.
Yes. Hello, Geomax. It's lovely to see you. I'm doing quite well.
You jostling that
I'm jostling this cat. She seems to like it. I'm fluffing her. Kita, I'm supposed to be painting.
very confusing.
Why are you... Oh, you're so cute. Mom, you stop petting me. It's not show your butt to everybody. Yeah, I'm spinning you. There you go.
Oh, Mother.
Mother, I don't want to spin.
You make money in this way, I must make money. I have to make my rent.
You don't pay rent. Will you let me pick you up? Aww. Can you guys hear her purring? Well, the microphone's right next to her. I think so, actually. Okay, I'm putting you down. I'm putting you down, I know. Whoa. There you go. Don't spin out. Don't completely skid out, Kita. Yeah, I'll clean, like, I wanna do like a vacuum in here, and then when it's in spring, of course, like I think I'd be much more comfortable with her hanging out and like leaving the door open. But for right now, I think like keeping her out is probably the best idea. I'm a lot more comfortable with it now, honestly, that we don't have the 3D printer in this room anymore, because she was occasionally finding little bits of plastic and attacking it viciously and trying to put it into her mouth. And I'm like, no. She did. She was like, this is something I can definitely play with, right? You could lightly hear the purrs. Yay! Yeah, they're like, what the hell? How dare you stop petting me? How dare you stop petting me? Mother? Meow. I heard her in the other room as Chaos Cultist was leaving the garage. Okay, we have dilly-dally, shilly-shallied enough today. We have talked plenty about my feels and Chaos Cultist feels about the newest Fallout episode. Let's actually get to some painting, shall we? Now that we're an hour into the stream. Oh, thank you. My compromise to wearing booty shorts is to have a long sleeve shirt on, because then, like, basically all of my heat seems to escape through my shoulders. I don't know why, but that's where a lot of my heat escapes. And so if my shoulders are covered, I feel way fine. But if they're not, I'm like dying. So I can have, like, even in cooler weather, although it has been a little bit warmer today, but not like that much warmer, frankly. It's been nice. Okay, I think what we're gonna do is we need to get my reference back up, because that's important. We are gonna use other blues, but I think we're gonna put this on predominantly, basically all of this section, not these rubbery bits, and only on like this portion of the, actually neither of these guns will get the blue. So it'll be down here, and then mainly around this and around the missiles. So I think I'm gonna start on the back just to make my life easier. This is a absolutely gorgeous blue color tone, by the way. Check it, beautiful. Yeah, I washed these, but I did not apparently do a good enough job. I need to be more thorough. And that is fine. We'll just move stuff around and do multiple layers. We're going to be weathering the heck out of these guys, which is something I actually think I want to do to some of the other models that I've painted already. I talked about it a little bit on the short that I did showing off the super mutants, where I was like, maybe I need to weather their armor a little bit, using like weathering powders. And I think I do. Like, the more that I go back and I look at it, I'm like, yeah, I think we do. Like, I love the paint job. I just think they don't quite look post-apocalyptic enough in regards to the rust buildup that would be. Like, they're not going to be maintaining those very well. It'd be rusty as hell. Oh yeah, no, I like the, I'm a sucker for the color purple if you haven't realized this already. So yeah, I tend to have a lot of clothing that is purple toned. Thank you though, I'm glad you like it. I like it too. There we go. I do think this was the appropriate color. Orange with the brown top coat makes a great rust. I could believe that. I've been really enjoying playing with my Tamiya weathering powders though, so I really kind of want to use them on these. There's just a haphazard, like, loose way that I feel like I can apply it that feels more natural than sometimes I get when I'm using a brush. Maybe I'll do a combination of both. That could be fun. I mean, it's not like these things aren't rusty as hell. Paint around. Make sure we're getting all of our edges. Slightly off. Sorry. Thought it was directly underneath it. My bad. There we go. Now you guys can see what I'm doing. Yeah, the blue's turning out quite nice. Had a customer today dressed entirely in neon green: shoes, socks, pants, shirt, jacket, glasses, and hat. All neon green. She was that's awesome. I have definitely met like older women who do that. They just like, they get really super. I will probably be that woman, but in purple when I'm old. I'm sometimes that lady already now, because I'll accidentally like put on like one of my purple pairs of like leggings, and then I'll put on like a purple shirt. Or actually what it'll be is I'll put on my purple leggings, and then I'll put on like a black like cute top, but it's like a crop top. And then I'll get cold, so I'll throw on like this purple like sweater or something with it. And then I will be in purple top, purple bottoms, and I have purple hair. And the only thing that's not purple are like my shoes, because I don't actually have more than like one pair of purple shoes. And they don't really go, they're not something I can wear just out regularly. No, mini paints are not necessarily more thin than other types of paints, but these paints that I am using are specifically designed to be thinner than your traditional acrylic paints, because these are contrast colors, which is more equivalent to like using an acrylic ink rather than an acrylic paint. They are way more fluid. They are basically they are very pigmented but very thin paints. And the one thing that is really cool about them, if you're not familiar with contrast colors very much, is they are designed to the point where they will settle into the color the pigment that's in there, like all that beautiful pigmented paint that's in there, will settle to your recessed areas and leave beautiful highlights and midtones on the more raised areas, giving you a just faster, easier finish is the idea. And I do find that generally they do that. I like to enhance that effect, but that is definitely an effect you get out of them, and it's quite cool. I really like them. You can also get them from other brands though. You don't have to necessarily get the contrast colors from Citadel. You can get some from the Armory Painter through their speed paint line. Vallejo makes a brand of these kinds of paints as well, called Express Color. There's like a few other brands that I'm not remembering the name of right now or what they're called, but there's definitely multitudes of them. So there's plenty of options to choose from. Contrast Color, I do think, has one of the more varied like ranges of colors, I guess, because they are like one of the first to bring this type of thing for miniature paints specifically to market. But there's like plenty out there to choose from, so have fun, do some research and figure out what's going to work best for you. But I can recommend the Citadel, but I can also recommend the Army Painter ones as well. I have not tried the Express Color yet, so I can't say anything about those ones. But I like Vallejo's paints in general, so I'm sure they're fine. Are they flat satin? Kind of. They're definitely not glossy. Yeah, I guess satin is the way that I would describe them. They're not glossy, and they're not really matte either. So yeah, they have a satin finish, I would say. Yeah, Contrast Color is the brand. Citadel is the company that makes that brand. It's a Games Workshop product. My phone went to sleep. It's such a pretty blue. I love Stormfiend. I am gonna have this color go down onto this middle little ribbed thing with the panel. We'll put some colors on those buttons. Is that like a random piece of flash? Yes. Get out of here. Yeah, this and Croxagore scales are actually two of my favorite like blue/green tones. I mean, I love every green contrast color that they make. Let's be real, I am a sucker for green. And when it comes to paint colors, especially, if I can paint an army in green, I am so satisfied. It's partially why I like death cards so much. One of the many reasons that I love my stinky boys. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, Stormfiend is a really good blue color tone, probably my favorite blue. And then Croxagore Scales would be like my favorite like blue-green, because it's definitely a blue-green. Putting a second layer on to darken everything, because I really want it to be kind of a uniform color that I can then mess with. And this is doing some beautiful stuff. Although I just fucking picked up more paint than I meant to because that section wasn't dry. Way to go, Angela. Way to go. Oh yeah, she decided that streaming on YouTube just wasn't worth it, unfortunately, for her, and I don't blame her. But if you want, you can still find her on Twitch. She's over there. She does lots of safe for work content over there. She'll be on my channel again soon, I'm certain, but I know she's not doing her own stuff as much anymore on YouTube. Oh no! I'm so sorry that happened to when you were priming. That sucks. I'm going to assume that's probably a steel, so let's just put a thin coat of blue in there. Because we will want to do those missiles in red. Go. There we go. That's looking good. Let's fix this side. I didn't actually get any paint. It just looked like I had. Fool. Oh my gosh, we completely missed that. Let's get that painted. Okay, that's better. And then his wheel things are metallic. So I think we're good. I think we're good on the blue on him. Now, I think Yes Man, is Yes Man also blue? Does he have the classic Or does he do like Vincent does, where Vincent's got like a little bit of a different color tone? You thought it was Optimus Prime? I don't see it exactly. I guess like maybe the blue color tone, I suppose, but I don't quite see it. Yes, ma'am. Okay, no, he is blue too. Okay. All right, let's go. This one I'm gonna let be a little bit lighter. Only because I honestly feel like it got a little darker on the first one that I painted, more than I really meant it to. I should have thinned my paints when I did that second coat a bit more, and I did not. I regret it. But we learned our lesson. And I think one of his hands will end up being slightly blue. You can't see him? What do you mean? It's right there. My top camera is off a bit? Was it just that I was out of screen? Was I like too far here? Oh, okay, probably. That's probably what happened. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. There we go. I mean, thankfully, my awesome painting skills are simply just sloshing on a bunch of blue paint all over this model right now, so you're not missing that much of interest. But I get you, and I'm so sorry. Hopefully it's better now. And yes, these are Securitrons. They are the Securitrons. A lovely house design. All right, here we go. I'll have to do a little cleanup on Yes Man's face, but that's fine. I was expecting that. I think he has the classic green face. I think they both do, actually. He just has the smiling, like, happy face. Whereas the other one is the angry military face. Another piece of flash? It is. How rude. You need to glue your Imperial Guard command squad together you got yesterday? Nice. Oh, that's gonna be fun. I love the Imperial Guard. They're so fun to paint. And command squads, ooh, do you have a cool banner guy in there? I love the banner guys. I think the command squad tends to come with him. Well, I hope so, because that's a really cool one. Need to do here. On this like rim around, like basically his butt. What would be essentially Yes Man's butt? His very round butt. At that, we should all be jealous. Oh, I'm still so excited that Fisto made an appearance. I really wasn't sure if he was going to be an actual character we'd get to see because, I mean, one, he's really not relevant to anything, but he is fun. He is very fun. You got your Star Wars Endor AT-AT yesterday? Heck yeah! There is a banner guy? Nice. So how are you painting your guard? Are you doing, I can't remember if you've said this before, but, so I apologize if this is a repeat question, George, but how are you painting them? And do you have a specific, like, way that you're going to paint the banner? Because I know sometimes, and I don't know which one the command squad comes with, I know sometimes they give you like super sculpted, like it's a specific scene and it's meant to be like a very specific tapestry banner. And other times they just give you a big wavy fabric surface that you could do something blank on and you can kind of do what you want. Which is yours, and are you gonna do anything like super fancy on it, or are you gonna just sort of like play with colors a little bit and maybe do something, like if it's a flat one, are you doing like I'm gonna do a basic like split 2 colors or something like that? Describe to me what you're doing. Victor is a Securitron as well, yes. Victor is just like a specific one that house gave a name to. Bruise myself here? Why is my knee hurt? I don't know. I simply do not know. All right, well, paint's drying. On both of them still, actually. I think, what do I want to do? Let me look at my reference. Screw it, I'm gonna make the bottoms of both their hands blue too. They are in like I do think it is meant to be the same color tone. It's just that like the more flexible, bendy portions are not. These will get really rusted because they're gonna be used in combat and probably are gonna have like soot on them too. Or grease, I guess. An X-Men character? Which one? Who do I remind you of? Whom? I'm a danger-prone Daphne. That's very true. I am very, very accident-prone. Okay, there's Victor. Or, sorry. I had Victor on my mind. There is Yes Man. Let's get our just generic Securitron. Ooh, my gosh. I hate when I go to stab into like, oh, Jubilee? Sick. Aw. Well, thank you. Hello, Ollie. It's lovely to see you in chat. How you doing? What was I saying before? I was called Jubilee, which is really sweet because I love Jubilee. She's cute as hell. Okay. I think I'm starting to feel pretty good on how these are looking. Except for the insides where these muscles are carried. That's so much better. Hopefully the paint will not slide around as much this time. Okay. We have a little bit of touch-up we want to do on Yes Man, I think, but we're at a good place. We're at a good place. And I'm happy with that. Yeah, it totally is. That's the reason that I like contrast colors. Like I said, I went a little heavier on this fella than I originally meant to, and I even still see a section inside where I'm not getting the color that I want. But I think it's gonna still work because I'm gonna do a really heavy build up on him, and you can see some nice like tone shifts in this, which I really like what's happening. So I'm pretty happy with that. I got a little bit more happening on Yes Man. I also have some streaking on Yes Man happening, but again, I'm not as concerned about that. Like I allowed some pooling to happen here where maybe I shouldn't have, but I think I can end up using that to the dirty effect because this is a post-apocalyptic design. So I'm not actually that worried about that. And if I really want to correct it, I could just layer the paint on more. And I might still end up doing that because I haven't decided yet whether or not I want to do a blue, like a lighter blue dry brush over these guys to give them a little bit of a weathered effect to begin with. Because one of the things I did notice is like, okay, I'm using this image as my reference, and look how many different blues are like all over him. Like technically the face is like a blue-gray rather than like that brighter blue. Now I just went with a flatter color because if you look at the game images, they look more consistent. Like it's really dark looking on my phone, so you're not really getting that great of an image. But if you look up the Securitrons from like Fallout New Vegas, they're very uniform. But I think this color is going to work really well. One with a really bright orange rust, which the Tamiya weathering powders is a pretty bright orange rust, and I want that specifically, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, so I just think it's going to work. I think it's going to work out pretty well. I'm hyped about it. Yay! I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is in about 5 minutes, actually 4 minutes, I'm gonna go ahead and take my break and I'll come back at 3 because I want these guys to finish drying and that way I can start working on the next. Oh, did I? Okay, no, that is just supposed to be like a gray. What metal are they meant to have that be? So, or is it supposed to be rubber? Maybe it's supposed to be black rubber. The thing that I'm confused about is I'm looking at the Robco Industries like illustration, which is what I'm doing as my reference. And it's interesting to me because I feel like the wheel and the artist who did it has the wheel and the tips that would be, I guess, like the hands, the same color tone. And I'm like, well, the wheel would definitely be a rubber material. So I guess that must be implying a rubber material there. I think I'm just gonna do like I think I might just do generic steel, I guess, as my my metallic. Okay. Yes. I do think I kind of want to do a blue dry brush because I feel like it'll give it a little bit more of a painted metal effect if I do the dry brush and then do chipped like edges where you can see some of the like raw steel beneath it. You did a lot of Warhammer Ogres for a commission and used orange as a base and dry brushed the silver over it for a rust effect. Nice. That sounds awesome. Yeah, I might end up doing something similar to that because I want to do, I wanted to have some like raw exposed steel, like having chipped off so that the layer of paint, because like obviously these are meant to be a painted metal. And I think that will work well with that. So I think I'm gonna dry brush it a little bit too, just to bring some of the highlights back out and really start building some stuff up. That way it can look like layers of paint have chipped and like maybe we're getting some like patina and fade because these guys have been out in the desert sun wandering around New Vegas streets for like 200 years, you know, without any maintenance being done to them at all. All right, it is basically 2:45. I'm gonna go ahead and take my 30-minute, or not my 30-minute, holy shit. Well, I don't need a 30-minute break. I'm gonna take my 15-minute break, grab myself a little bit of a snack and everything, and then I will see you guys at the top of the hour and we'll continue working on our boys. And yeah, I think I'm gonna do that dry brush. So plan for that We'll see you guys in 15 minutes. And yeah, I hope you guys, I'm sorry for ranting for like an hour about Fallout before we began. But I had feelings. I had to get them out. So thank you for listening to me. Anyways, I'll see you guys very soon. Ooh. Hello, everybody. I almost tripped and died. Not actually. I have decided the paints that I think I'm going to use. I found in my Duncan Rhodes collection Shadow Blue and Frost Blue, and I think between the combo of these and using the original color to mix with them, we can get a good tone for our Securitron. So that is my plan. Thank you, thank you. I have done some army painting before, but I will admit, like, I tend to do, it depends on how complicated the model is. If it's not super complicated, like you're doing a lot of like just very basic infantry guys, like for example, when I was painting my Poxwalkers for my Death Guard army, I would do like 10 at a time. Now, and I hate batch painting. Like, keep that in mind, I hate batch painting, but I would knock out 10 at a time. On the Marines, like my Plague Marines and everything, if they were the really complicated, like they had just a bunch of tentacles or a bunch of just like things coming off of them or whatever, some of their more detailed models, I do those in batches of 5 at a time. Terminators, I would definitely do in batches of 5 at a time. But sometimes I do them individually, just really depended on what it was. Like, if characters, obviously, I think most people tend to do individually. So it just kind of really depends on your personal preference. Like, don't feel obligated to specifically follow somebody else's, like, this is how I batch paint, or this is how I batch paint, or this is how I batch paint. Like, listen to all of those ideas and go, that one sounds the best for me. Or that one seems like, because what you're gonna find is you're either gonna love batch painting or you're gonna hate batch painting. And I feel like there's no real in between when it comes to feelings towards batch painting, at least in my personal experience. And if you end up disliking it, you'll still probably end up doing it, but you'll end up working probably pretty consistently in like batches of 5 models at a time, as opposed to some people who are like, I love batch painting and I'm gonna batch paint 20 boys at a time. So it's really just dependent on like who you are and how you like to paint and what you're painting. Like it can very much vary based on what you're painting. Okie dokie. Just like Lucy taught us. Let's see what this looks like. Come on, you started to pop out there. Honestly, this might be good by itself. It may need a smidge. Okay, I do think it's gonna need a smidge of the lighter tone, but we're gonna want a bit more of this because we have 2 models to dry brush. Do I have a dry brush out here? Hell yeah, I do. Cool. Oh, thank you, Luke. Thank you. Oh, got a good crack out of my neck there. Sorry. But I needed that. Over here. Come on. Oh my god, please don't explode on me. Not what I normally say, but I don't want you to actually pop. Where are my needles? Oh my god, please. There they are. I really like having just a little container of sewing, like pinning needles, so that you can pop clogs in your paint bottles really easily, but not lose the needle in them because they have these large little bobbles. Just my little hint. I've had this thing for years and that's literally what it's used for. And nothing else. Most of those pins have never even seen fabric. Well, okay, I guess I'm wearing fabric, so they have, but they've never touched fabric. Howdy Kojo, how you doing? You've been painting a squad of 10 Eldar for seems like weeks now, but you're getting there slowly. You feel like it would be faster if you do 1 mini. See, that's my feeling as well. I am one of those people, because as I said, I don't like batch painting very much. Now, if I have like a really big army I'm trying to get through or something like that, I probably would. Like, I have batch painted before. My Death Guard, I batch painted because I was trying to get them tournament ready in a short period of time back when 8th edition first was launching, and I wanted to have them fully painted, and I didn't at the time. So that I definitely rushed and I batch painted, but that's when I learned I didn't like batch painting. I was just like, ooh, I hate this. And if you are feeling like it's taking you forever, but you think you could get it done maybe faster if you were doing them individually, try it and see if you can do it that way. Because if you can, just do it that way in the future. Like, I genuinely really cannot emphasize enough painting should be something that, okay, sorry, I turned into a monkey there for a second, but I remembered that I made this. And I got really excited. I have been watching way too much Sea-Dog VA. I think of monkeys and I just think of him and then I like, okay, anyways, I made one of these. So for a while, then this is like an old trend, but I have been wanting to make one of these for ages, and I had a bunch of scrap stuff and I have all these 3D printing bits. So I've decided to finally use them for things. And this is gonna be for me to get paint off of my brush in a more controlled way. Look at that, it's beautiful, it's ready to go. Ah, it's so good, okay. Oh yeah, I think this is doing exactly what I want. I might need it to be a little bit lighter, actually. To really, like, show up. Hold on. Make sure it's really mixed before. You know, that's doing what I want. Okay, we're just gonna have to layer it up and build it up. I completely get what you mean, futurists. I completely get what you mean, because I'm the same way. Like, I understand it, I appreciate how well it works, and I've definitely used the technique before, but I also do find it to be kind of a slog to to deal with. So it's like, oh, do I really want to do all this? Okay, he keeps popping off. So we're just gonna do this manually. Oh no, I'm having too much fun doing this. I'm gonna spend way too much time weathering these guys. These are gonna be my best looking Fallout miniatures. These damn little robots. Yeah, but it's looking so good. Ah. Have I tried to use the AK pens? Yes, I have, actually. Oh, actually, if you want, I have, I'm gonna keep working on this for a second, but I will talk about the AK pens in a moment in more detail because I actually have an example of the thing that I've tested with them. Oops. Yes, I was working on it. Okay, I was like, whoa. My brain misfired for a second. Yes, I have used the AK pens, and I'll talk about those more in a minute, like I said, because I do have an example of the model that I've been working on them, and I definitely think they have their uses. I don't think they're definitely not replacing traditional painting for me in any capacity. But I definitely think they are an interesting tool to add to your arsenal, especially depending on how you feel about your ability to control your brush. And I'll talk more about that in a bit, actually, because that will be a fun conversation. But I want to be able to like justificate and talk about that while I'm holding the model, and I don't want this paint to dry while I'm doing this, so I'm going to do it after this dry brushing step. You're not looking forward to batch painting 30 of the Blood Knights? Ooh, that does sound a little rough. But, I mean, sometimes that's what you gotta do to get it done, right? And also, I like your idea of doing some of them and then doing, like, a really fun model for yourself. Like, something, I assume, like, a character or something like that, where you can have a bit more fun with what you're doing, that's the way to handle it. It's really about pacing yourself. Like that's what I'm bad about doing, which is why I don't do a lot of batch painting. I also don't tend to rush paint armies anymore, unless it's for a video. And like the last time I had like a major constraint was when I was painting my Seraphon. But that still, I had a pretty decent amount of time. So while I painted it fast, I don't really feel like I rushed it. Whereas I feel like sometimes when I'm going into like batch painting, I feel like I'm doing it because I need a rush. And I am under the impression that'll be faster, but it's really not always faster. At least for me. Since I'm using this dry brush also as a texturing, like a way to add fade to the model, I'm trying to be a little bit more deliberate with where I'm putting it. Like for example, like I really want it to end up being faded looking near the, like any edges. The tops should be a little bit more faded than like the fronts and the sides, because it's gonna get more direct light. That kind of thing. Pretty good. We can keep pushing it. You have 2 characters to paint and a dragon? Hell yeah! Dragons are so fun to paint. I love painting scales. Anything that's textured and I can use dry brush techniques on and get really cool effects with, I'm like, give it to me. Put it in my hands, I want to put paint on it. Sorry, I just realized I have been quiet for like a little while. I got super zoned in on what I was doing. I think, trying to get it to focus for you for a sec. Focus. There we go. I think this is looking pretty good. I don't know if it's really picking up on camera as well as I would hope. You can kind of see it there. Like, it's really, I think we're really hitting that faded vibe. I need to do more definitely on the sides, which might mean, like, I kind of want the sides to be like this, so I feel like I actually need to push the top more. But my paint is starting to dry up with what I have left. Let me see. I got a little bit left, and then I'll talk about the AK stuff in more detail. But yeah, I do think they're cool. I do think they have their uses. One of those uses I can just say off the bat is edge highlighting. If you feel like you don't have, if you feel like your control with a brush is sometimes lackluster, or you just don't have a lot of confidence with it, but you are confident with like holding a pen, I would, and you like edge highlighting, I would entirely encourage you to possibly check these markers out, because I think they'll be great for that. A lot more people are confident just maneuvering a brush like, or a pen like object more so than a brush. And if that is you, then you might really like these markers. I personally don't do a huge amount of edge highlighting, although I definitely see where these markers would have their uses. And they definitely work great for base coating, but that's kind of where my feelings of like where I would use them stops. I wouldn't use them necessarily for like painterly highlighting, and like as opposed to like edge highlighting. The metallics are great. The metallics are really nice. I'll show you an example of those in a moment too. I did try out some of the colors as well as the metallics, because we got a complete set. But yeah, like I don't know if they're gonna like be my an everyday, like I always pull them out whenever I'm painting. I mean, literally I haven't used them on this project at all yet, and I don't think I probably will. But I definitely think they have their uses. Excuse me. I'm going with just the raw dark blue that I pulled out on this lower section to see if I can get some highlights, but maybe not get quite as bright of highlights, so that it's a little bit more varied from what I did on the top. It's at least giving me a decent foundation, but I think I'm still going to need to go with those brighter highlights in the end still. Should definitely get highlighted, because they're also going to see a lot of wear just being swapped out and / used to enforce the rules. let's see, compared to something I haven't done anything to, and the one that I've been working on. Yeah, we're looking really cool. It's looking really good. I am quite happy. Still got a little bit of paint left, so I'm gonna enhance it. Later, Neo. You need a nap? I understand that completely. Enjoy your nap, sir. I'm gonna feel that way after tomorrow. Tomorrow, just to remind you guys, I've actually got 2 streams happening. So we've got one that's gonna be starting in the morning at 11 a.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent. I don't know what that is right now off the top of my head, what it would be like East Coast, for example, or GMT. But there is a Warhammer preview happening tomorrow, where we're gonna learn about some new stuff coming out for Warhammer 40k, Age of Sigmar, Horus Heresy, and of course, the peak of all GW games, Blood Bowl! So I'm very excited for that. So I will be covering that. I'll be having a watch along stream on, like I said, starting at 11, which is a half an hour before GW's actual stream will begin. That way we can kind of chat about what we think might be coming, etc. Have a grand old time. Then, after that, and after we've had a little lunch break, Chaos Cultist and I will be coming back, and we are going to be streaming our first battle report using our Fallout Wasteland miniatures. We're playing with our, he's gonna be running Super Mutants and Hounds, and I will be running my Settlers. And we're gonna see what happens. Hopefully I'll win this time. I got my butt kicked the first time. I wasn't actually butt kicked. I was actually a very close game. I was very proud of myself. But I want to succeed in my mission. So we're hoping to do that starting at 3. That way we have time to get like a lunch in there and all of that stuff. But yeah, if you guys are interested in both a watch-along party with me as well as the battle report between me and Chaos Cultist afterwards at 3 p.m., then I highly encourage you to join us tomorrow, because we'll be live for a while. And I'm really looking forward to it. I've really been enjoying playing Fallout Wasteland Warfares. It's very board game-like, and that vibes super well with me. So I'm really looking forward to playing our game tomorrow. Glazing. Do I like that? I think I do. Can you guys see it better? Kind of. I like that. A little harder edge here. Maybe. Making dry a little bit. I think it'll also stand out a little bit better if I add the lighter tone back in. This is just the raw base darker color that I picked out. I didn't mix it back with the lighter one because I ran out of it on my palette. And since I want to have that conversation about the AKs, I was like, well, I'm not going to add more and prolong that. Okay. All right, I think that's fine, and I can talk about it. All right, here is the guy that I started painting using the AKs. So this is entirely done with the AKs. I did bring out a brush because I dropped a little bit onto a palette, so some of this was painted with a brush, but overall, so like here is just one of the base color tones right out of the box. And this is with multiple layers on it because when I did my first layer, it was actually kind of splotchy. I did try doing some highlighting on it, and I definitely think with like this is not a bad result in any capacity. It's a little splotchier than I want, I think, with a wash over top of it and maybe some like better blending on my part. I could really make this work. But one of the things that the AK markers are being sold as a little bit, in my opinion, is this sort of speed up process to your painting. And I personally did not find that it sped up my process at all. If anything, it slowed me down because getting this effect, which like, I'm not super like unhappy with. I do think this skin tone with this highlight on there was starting to work. I think I needed to come back in with the other paint and actually mix them like together. But again, the wet blending of markers is problematic because then you're mixing the color in the tips. And you can, they do say when you get them on the bottles that you can wash them with water. But they don't tell you how often you should wash them with water. And if I actually had to give AK a genuine critique, there are no instructions for these markers with the exception of the tiny bit of text on the pen itself. All they give you in the box when you purchase the big like $100 whatever like complete set of the boxes, the only thing that you get inside of it is a list of all the colors you're getting in that box. Which sure, helpful. I don't hate that, but I would have loved like a single sheet of paper describing like the care for these markers, because there should be care instructions for these pens. Like what happens if the paint dries in the pen because you accidentally didn't cap it well enough and then it solidifies? How do you fix that? Like, what is AK's recommendation for that? How often, if at all, should you clean the markers, since you are suggesting that on the actual brush itself? I would have liked at least a single page little printout with some generalized guidelines of, hey, we've used these, we've tested these, let us recommend to you how to clean them, how to maintain them, so that you are willing to buy more of these in the future because you get the most out of them. And the fact that AKA does nothing like that is actually a negative on my part. But I can get over that because I've worked with enough paint markers that I do kind of know some of the maintenance stuff. But as if I was going in and selling this to a new person, like if I still worked in the industry as in the retail business and I was selling these markers to somebody new, the minute I learned that there were no instructions on them, I would be so less inclined to try to sell them to somebody who didn't already have a pretty significant background with paint markers, or at least experimenting with other paint mediums if they didn't, because I don't think that's a good policy. I think there should be care instructions in there because you want those pens to last. However, when it comes to how well they worked, the color coming out of them, I thought it was pretty good. The metallics I thought worked especially well. This is an example of the gunmetal color. Super fucking great. Loved it. Probably my favorite of the pens that I used in these examples. The coverage was almost immediately perfect. I thought the consistency was great. It didn't completely like fill in or wash out any of these like little decorative designs in the sword. And so honestly, fantastic. Highly recommend, like if you want a good, fast way to just get a base coating of a beautiful, just gunmetal metallic onto something, I would highly recommend the AK gunmetal color tone. I have not tried the other metallics, but I expect them to work the same. So I will loosely recommend any of the AK metallic pens because I think the metallic pens are great. The acrylic just base colors. I only tested the skin tone. I didn't actually get a chance to test any of the like rainbow colors like red, blue, green, yellow, etc. However, I can say from both using a dark skin tone, like whatever their darkest skin tone when there was for Caucasian colors, and their lightest Caucasian color in there, they were splotchy. They definitely came out of the paintbrush splotchy. The tips of the brushes are also not exactly as I expected. They are loose bristles, which can be good, but can be bad. That can cause some splatter, which I definitely noticed on my table. So I will say be mindful. While the mechanism to get the paint to flow, it works pretty damn well, you can suddenly just have so much paint in the bristles of the paintbrush that it is overloaded. And depending on what step you're at, especially if you're not at your very beginning step and you're not working on something gigantic like I was, you could overload your model immediately with paint if you're not careful. So there's definitely, I don't think these markers are meant for beginners, and I would not recommend them to beginners. Unless you are just you use markers in your day-to-day life normally, and you are comfortable with it being extremely fluid. Because if you overload that bristle tip with paint, it will be like overloading a normal paintbrush tip with paint, and it will just be so liquidy and it'll go everywhere. It'll just immediately go everywhere. Hello, little dab. How you doing? But yeah, so that would be my recommendation. They're not for beginners. I do think that if you are a seasoned painter, but you find that brush control is a concern for you, and you would like something that works, that you can control a little bit easier, because it's a little bit of a bigger handhold basically, so you're not having to hold as tightly, then the markers might be good for you in that regard, because I definitely think they're great for base coating, especially metallics, and I think they're gonna be really fun for doing freehand work on banners on like large tanks if you're doing like camo. Like I think they're gonna work really well for like tiger camo, for example. But really any kind of camo that you might want to be doing. But it's that kind of stuff. Like they are definitely a tool to be added to any painter's arsenal. Do I think they are something you should start with? Probably not. Probably not. You're a longtime fan and first time chatter. Well, thank you so much for chatting. It is lovely to see you here. Okay, let's get back to our boy. Our delightful boy here, because I think we need to start going a little brighter. Okay, let's do this. Grab a little bit more of my light paint color tone. Yeah, that's definitely lighter than what we were doing before. Feels like it. Let's go ahead and start applying this. Oh yeah, definitely lighter than what we were doing before. Cool, 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 good. Now we're gonna start seeing this boy come to life. That definitely is. We've gone into full like light blue denim almost. This really is a great jean color. You know, I always described ultramarine blue as a really jean-like color, but Storm Fiend I think is more so. When you start especially when you start putting a little bit of a lighter tone into it. There we go. Now that's adding a highlight. So I've accidentally overdone a little bit there. You can see it's like a really big amount. So I'm going back in with my darker blue and softening that. And I'm gonna kind of carry that through to the other side a little bit too. This one. Golden Maple makes good brushes. Nice. I don't know if I've ever tried them. You like metallic pens because you use them on your mechs? Nice. I could definitely see. Yeah, see, like that's the thing is I think they could work really well on like BattleTech mechs, for example. Okay, I think I solved that. Let me rinse this brush completely. So what I'm going to be doing with some sponging is I'm going to be using my weathering powders, but yes, I will be doing that for some chipping. Right now, all I'm doing is I'm trying to get the blue painted portion to the faded look that I kind of want it to be. And once I've done that, I'm going to probably do rust first. Well, once I've got the blue to where I need it to be, I'm gonna actually work on the rest of the model and do other color tones. But when I've finished all of my base colors and I've got them highlighted and aged to the point where I want them to with paint, my next step will then be pull out my weathering powders, and that's when I'm going to do a little bit more in regards to physical rust material as well as chipping, because I have a really beautiful it is a specific metallic tone. Let me grab the color real quick. So I really like using titanium or light gunmetal as like metallic chipping materials. And these are from my Tamiya Weathering Master kits, which I really, really like. I know like AK and a couple other brands also make some weathering powders. And hell, like Hobby Lobby makes their own brand of weathering powders at this point. And I haven't tried them yet, but they honestly look pretty decent. I just don't know how like super amazing they are in comparison to this. But I really like these things. And so that's what we're gonna do with these, but that's gonna be like one of our last steps. All right, let's keep going before this paint dries. Excuse me. I wonder how I made that mistake on the other side, since I did this one way more controlled. I just must not have been paying attention and had too much paint on my brush still. Oh, it's such a bummer because I did this side so much better. Yes, my beautiful robot. My beautiful robot. So, Securitron. He's so cute. I actually really like the robot designs in Fallout. It's one of the things I find incredibly charming about the game. in the series. It's all those little robots. That's why I'm really surprised that they haven't done like a specific Victor Securitron like model. I'm actually a little surprised. Now that I've gotten like so much of the paint off the brush, I'm really kind of digging in there and going hard. Be careful not to take up too much paint though. Sometimes if you go too hard, you start scraping the fennel against the model, and then you're like, oh shit, I've just taken a whole chunk of the model off. In that furious dry brushing. Sweet. Focus. Pretty good. I'm gonna try, I think I want to try washing. I'm gonna do a little bit more work on the blue in regards to dry brushing, especially with this lighter tone. And then I'm gonna do a little testy test of a wash onto it. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Do I think, oh yes, sorry, I answered that question already. I have a silly goose. Okay. Definitely want to, I think I definitely want to do a wash. Oh, I definitely should put this light tone on his hands. That's for sure. Get those buttons because we want to brighten those up because those are going to be other colors. That sounds like a good idea, don't it? Let's get the bottom wheel here a little bit. His hands, and really by hands I should say his weapons. You absolutely can press too hard when dry brushing. You do not want to be super heavy-handed. You do not want your model scraping against this, oops. You don't want your model scraping against the metal fennel, which is what that little thing is called. It's what they clamp the bristles into, but just focus, camera, there we go. That's a little bit better. But yeah, you don't want your model scraping into that. Which actually I did. So you see that big white chunk that I took out there? That's because I was a little too aggressive and I just took some paint out. Now, it's okay, we can fix that because we have this darker color tone still here. And I'm simply just going to dab some of this color on there and voila, it's basically fixed. So don't like panic if you do that. But you want to be mindful to probably not do that if you can avoid it. I'm going to use the smaller brush to do some spot highlighting real quick, or spot dry brushing. just hit some stuff in these harder to reach areas that round or that square brush can't really get into as well. Like his armpits and stuff. Okay. He is at a, like in comparison to our other boy, he is in a much more muted color state, which I think is great. We're going to enhance that even further now. And I'm deciding, there's two color tones I'm debating between. When I was looking for blues for him, like opaque blues, I found this Aztec turquoise wash from Duncan Rhodes, and I'm wondering how green is this? Too green. Pretty. This will go really well with Croxagore scales. Really, really great with Croxagore scales. But it's gonna be too green for this. I was wondering because it's turquoise. So I was like, it could be too much. So what I think we're gonna do instead is I'm gonna go for Drakenhof Nightkin. Yeah, Drakenhof Nightkin as my blue. Or Nightshade. We're gonna do a light wash over top this model. Let me see if I can get him back on this base that he slipped off of. All right, buddy. Can you stick for me? Thank you. All right, let's do this. Yeah, I think we needed that. We really do want it to be relatively thin, so I'm going to try to focus on the front here, spread this stuff around, and get it as thin as possible. Oh, shit. Okay, he's falling off again. Okay. His hands. Okay. I'm gonna switch to his top. And get some water into our brush. Spread that around even thinner. I'm working fast so I can get an even coating, so don't mind me if I'm quiet for a moment. looking pretty good. I'm feeling semi-confident that this is going to turn out how I want. Cutting down here. So that random crevice. Alright, this is looking good. Let's spread that around a bit more. That's looking good. Start anything here. Too much? Okay, let's go to this side. You see the nervousness in my brush strokes. Oh, go fast. I think this is looking good. Okay. I think other than a little bit more work on the hands. Hands down here. We are looking good. This last time. I'm just gonna hold him upside down for a moment. Oh, I also missed that. Okay. Every time I do that, I think of Asuka. It makes me happy. I don't remember why. There was like a promo she did, and she just kept saying okay for some reason. But she said it in just such a fun way. Just, oh, okay. Let's go. Just own your everything. So he's the only one, like, he's my furthest. This is what they started as.
Cool.
And then I did a dry brush, and now I have a wash drying over top of them.
Cool.
What do you think?
Good.
Yay! How are you doing? How's your game going?
Oh.
Got it. See, it's 4 o'clock.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, here you go.
Drink the battery.
Yes, I did. Who wins in a fight, a Yao Guai or a Yowie guy? The Yao Guai.
Yeah.
The Yao Guai is gonna win.
And most Yowie guys aren't even super powered, so.
Yeah, I was like, most Yowie guys aren't super powered, and while they might have big hands, canonically,
Slap.
I don't think they're gonna be able to destroy the Yao Guai, which we've seen take out a man in power armor.
I'm pretty sure Yao Guai has probably killed the gay man at some point in Fallout.
I'm sure, probably. So, like, yeah, I don't think the Yowie guy will be able to take out the Yao Guai. But I love that joke. What if Robert House turned himself into a robot with a screen? I mean, in Fallout New Vegas, he is a man. He's a husk of a man in a, like, chamber that's keeping him eternally alive.
They're more saying it's he's pulling a modus, which is like, or a big MT or something.
Oh, if he does the big MT thing. I mean, like,
that's still a brain in a jar. But there are examples of AI in Fallout.
There are. I mean, I could see that potentially being a thing, but I don't know. I don't know. Okay, I think while this is still wet, I actually want to do a little bit of edge highlighting. Because I definitely lost some of it. Too bright though, isn't it? Okay, let's just do the base color then. Whoa. That buzzed way louder than I meant it to. Sorry, chat. All right, there we go. All right, let me see if what this looks like. Okay, yeah, this works. Alright, this is looking really good actually. I'm happy. I'm just gonna do a little bit of like, not exactly dry brushing, but kind of like pseudo dry brushing. Just a very controlled, less aggressive to my brush type, so I don't completely destroy this tip. I definitely want it to still be textured is really the kind of the point. That way it looks like a slightly more natural fading. You get what I'm saying, chat? You get what I'm saying? I am making pretty decent progress today. I agree. Yeah, I think that looks better. Feels very in-world Securitron too. Question is, do I just try this like the front side? Probably. I'm just worried I'm gonna lose too much of my depths again. That's why I did the wash, is because I thought it had lost some of the shadows. Because I was a little heavy-handed with my dry brush, admittedly. Intentionally so, but maybe a little, ended up overdoing it a little bit. Which is why I'm being a little bit more... I mean, frankly, I'm edge highlighting at this point. Disgusting. It's not actually I just very rarely do it. After midnight for you, George? Well, thank you so much for staying up late with me. I hope you enjoyed yourself and the conversations we got to have today, and I'll see you next time. Don't forget, tomorrow I will be live a little bit earlier in the day at 11 a.m. my time, which is Pacific time, or whatever your regional equivalent is, because we're going to be having the Warhammer watch along for their New Year's thing, where they're showcasing to us Warhammer 40k, Age of Sigmar, Horse Heresy, and Blood Bowl. So I'm really excited about that. I can't wait to see what we're getting for Blood Bowl. Like, genuinely can't wait to see what we're getting for Blood Bowl. And I hope to see you there. And if not, I hope to see you at my battle report, which will be at 3 p.m. Pacific or your regional equivalent. So I'm excited for that. I hope you guys are too. This is looking so good. I actually am pretty happy with it. I don't know about you guys, but I think it looks pretty good. There. Does that look? Okay, here is an in-game one. Yeah, I think we got the blue. Yeah. Yeah. Sick. Now we just gotta do that on the other one. Do I wanna... I think I'll finish that. I guess I probably could. Alright, let's start on him. Let's see how this goes. Oh, no problem. I totally understand. Yeah, the reveal stream tomorrow should be great. I'm really looking forward to it too, Rob. Thanks. Yeah, I really want Yesman to look cool, so I might spend extra time on him. You hope to see some Corsairs, maybe Ravenwing? That'd be cool, yeah. I'm hoping we get a tease to 11th edition. I also think it'd be really cool to get some, like, maybe some Kislev models for Blood Bowl. I've heard, I was talking yesterday or on Tuesday with folks, and they were saying that elves, like a new elf team is rumored, which I would be cool with. been a while since we've had any a new pointy-eared, knife-eared, as they like to call them, fellas. So that'd be fun. You're gonna be right back, Kojo? No problem. We'll see you when you get back. Did not get the crack out of my neck that I wish I had. Kislev for Old World would be cool. I don't know if they're doing an Old World reveal though. I think it's just unless it's also and more, and I missed that, which it could be. I didn't really like. It would not be the first time. But I thought it was just 40k Blood Bowl, Age of Sigmar, and then Horus Heresy, but I could be wrong. But yeah, Kislev for Old World would be great. I don't think we're going to do that though yet, because, you know, we've had that 5-year war going. And I still don't think they're ready to touch that, considering who the Kislev are based off of. But we'll see. Who knows? A new undead team would be cool. I feel like we've gotten a lot of new undead teams though over the last couple years. Between the necromantic horrors, the Khemri team that just came out in the new starter set, the vampires that just came out last year or the year before that. So we've had a lot of undead. I mean, we haven't had like a refresh to like the OG undead team, I suppose, in a while, but I feel like the elves are more overdue. I would love a new dark elf team. That would be hot. Including cheerleaders, please, and thank you. I'm an idiot. What am I doing? Yes, man, we didn't finish painting you at all. No problem, Futurist. Thank you so much for hanging out with me and chatting. We'll see you next time. I can't believe I didn't paint this. What a fool I am. Holy shit, I missed that too? Jeez. Angela, what the hell were you doing? Okay, it's probably actually good that I paused, because I actually missed quite a few things. Holy crap. So I had 2. To be fair, I think I missed that on the other guy too. So I just wasn't paying attention at all. Evidently. Oh my god. That entire side of him? Angela! What the hell? Okay, this is just embarrassing at this point. You missed so much. What were you even doing? Were you paying attention? Were you just like fucking asleep? It's entirely possible. No, I was chatting. That's right, I'm blaming you. I'm blaming you guys. Don't want to ask who they are based off of? Assume it's the bad guys from World War II. Kislev? No. They're based off of Russians. Hence why there's a current 5-year-long war that's still ongoing that the UK doesn't want to like probably promote as a like cool, hey kids, don't you want the Russians? Like that's why they're not doing Kislev. Kislev should have come out years ago, but they have been super avoiding that because of the current Ukraine war. That's all it is. Not something like as old as like World War II or anything like that. The Germans already exist. In Old World. That a little bit. And oh, we missed that on his hand. Naughty. Okay, seriously, Angela, you might be punished for these transgressions. This is horrible. Okay, I think we're fine now. No worries, no worries. Okay, okay. We can't do the front, but we can work on the back still with the dry brush. So let's continue. No, my paint's almost dry. No. Ooh, a new Skaven team would be fun. I do like that, Everett. Thank you for subscribing, Jonathan E. It's lovely to have you join us. Let's close this pot of paint so that I, 1, don't knock it over, and 2, it doesn't dry out. Excuse me. All right, so let's go ahead and continue working on the dry brushing on the back here. Yes. Oh my god, I just took a bunch of fucking paint off. Whoopsie daisy. I got too aggressive again. In Old World, yes. Yes, every faction in the Old World is based off of a different culture. For, I guess, the most part. I guess they're not all, but I think, like... No, I think they all are. This to be a little bit more opaque. This fucking sticks. It's fucked up. There we go, that's better. Perfect. Doing a little spot touch up since I have this color available on my brush the way that I do. And I think it's working really well. Spot touch up anything here. Okay, that way I can do a little bit more work on the front and not have to worry about it getting too damn dark. They're basically roughly based off of, like, going back to the Old World, and are they based off of real world cultures? Most of them, yes, because most of them are based roughly off of, like, and some of it's very loose, some of it's less loose than others. But they're kind of based off of where their faction, like, origin is on the map, because the Old World map is basically the globe, like, it's the Earth. But with some slight changes. Like, so for example, like the elves are all from Ulthway originally, which is basically Atlantis. Hence why they have like pointy ears, blah, blah, blah. A lot of the human factions where they're located are all based off of, like, you know, the Germans, the British, the French, like the Bretonians, for example, are based off the French. The lizard men are based off of, like, I think, like, either Mayan or Aztec, one of the two, because they're South American. I'm trying to think of some of the more other specific ones, but I can't right now. Like, the only ones that I'm like, I don't think they're based off of anybody in particular are the Skaven, because they're just rat men, and it's a fantasy world. Rat men are just kind of a thing. But, like, even, like, the ogres and stuff, like, they're from, like, a Mongolian, like, area, so they're kind of Mongol. Grand Cathay is set in, like, essentially China, hence why all of their stuff is very, like, ancient China. So, yeah, they tended to just take IRL cultures and go, let's make them fantasy-ish. Which is fun. It works really well. Yeah, did I? What is that nonsense there? Is that intentional? actually don't think it's supposed to be there, and I'm gonna be really pissed that I'm gonna have to clean this up after the fact. Yep. Fucking hell. Bloody hell. Just had a bunch of flash, and it took a ass ton of paint off. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna fix this. I'm just angry about it. And before we do, let's make sure we clean that fully up. Okay, let's fix this. Arg, I say. And okay, that's not paint that I took off. That is though. Bloody hell. Well, that was annoying. It's fine. It's fine. Grumbly say to myself because I'm angry at my stupidness. Are you kidding me? Do I even know this spot right there? Wait, they didn't take care of a mold line. Angela, you idiot. Okay, that is legit your fault. Hello. I checked the mail last week, but I have not checked it this week at all.
I literally just saw something on YouTube and they think about it and go, when was the last time I checked it?
Not like recently, but like recently enough.
How's been painting them?
Good. I accidentally took some paint off in the way that I was not pleased with because I forgot to remove some flash. So I'm having to redo that.
Oh.
But other than that, it was actually going quite well.
Sorry.
It's okay. But I am nearing a good stopping point and everything. I did a little bit of like re-highlighting on him.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think?
That's good. I mean, it might be a good one to try the paint pens on.
Oh, with like doing what? Which parts? Oh, so I considered it, and we even actually talked about the paint pens because I had this guy available. My one concern is I don't know if I'm gonna find a good enough blue match.
Yeah.
Because while they're really cool, they are actually pretty limited and you can't mix them.
Yeah, true.
And having done some edge highlighting on this guy and not really being happy with the results,
Okay.
I wasn't sure
Well,
if
he's organic. He's
True.
It's not the hard edges because that's what I've seen people use them on.
That's fair. I'm just like, I'm worried that I'm not gonna find a good like bluish teal tone to go with what I've done.
Okay.
And what I've been doing with the Duncan Road stuff and combo with the contrast color has worked pretty well, so.
Okay.
Oh yeah, no problem. Still irritated about that, but it does seem to be dry, so I'm gonna go ahead and go back to dry brushing. No, even that's process my paint dried too. Damn it. All right, let's get a little bit of moisture on this palette because my paint is getting a little sticky, and I think that's why I actually also had that problem. Admittedly, that is probably also a little bit of why I had that problem. Okay. on his hands a little bit right now. The little robot hands. Which he actually, like, they're really, he just has his robot guns out. Because his hands will have a look, they always depict the Securitron hands with little, like, fingers. So they can actually pick shit up. And I feel like these guys do not have that in any capacity. Will I be streaming on Saturday like normal too? As far as I plan, yes. Nothing right now has made me feel otherwise, but I don't think I have anything going on this weekend that would prevent me from doing that. So I'm gonna tentatively say yes. Oh my gosh, thank you so much for the $5 donation. How much hobby do you manage off stream? You know, honestly, John, I get about as much as I get on stream sometimes. Like, it really depends on what I'm doing. Like, for example, recently I've been getting a lot of 3D printing side, like 3D printing side of my hobby done, as well as just like, honestly, gaming. Like doing a lot of just like video gaming / getting some practice games of some wargaming in and everything like that. I do paint off stream, but I've really tried to focus on keeping my painting on stream because sometimes I actually find that I get modernly, this is not always the case back in the day, but like modernly, it has really motivated me to keep working and like get things done. But that's not to say that I don't paint off stream. I would say it's about half and half, but it also can dip to like 25% on off stream, and then like the majority is done. Like 50% of my painting is done on stream and 25% of it is done off stream, and then I have this kind of like gap of like where I'm not doing hobby stuff and I'm just being lazy. But honestly, not that bad. Oh my gosh, Rob, thank you so much for the 18 months as a Hobby Knight Legionnaire. Any hobby New Year's resolutions? Mine is to paint your Blood Knight, or yours is to paint your Blood Knight army and finish your Dark Angels. I do have a couple of hobby related resolutions. Let me just think really fast and make sure that I've completely finished off my like conversation in regards to like everything I want to say about how much content or how much like hobby stuff I get done off stream. Like if you're talking raw painting and doing miniatures, I would say it's probably about, like more modernly, it's about half and half. Cause like I do a lot more building and like that kind of stuff off stream, and then I do the painting on stream. But sometimes I'll do painting off stream as well. It really just kind of depends on what project I'm currently working on. I would say if you're just talking about like raw, all of the hobbies that I have, I do way more off stream than I do on stream. Because if you were considering like the woodworking that I've done, the stuff that I do in my garden as my hobby, like all of the video gaming, which I would consider part of my hobby, all of the board gaming that I do, which is my hobby, like all of that stuff I'll do a lot of it off screen. So it kind of just, it really depends on like what section of the hobby that you mean. But when it comes to just raw like miniature work, I actually try to save as much of the painting side of that, at least, as I can for either videos or more recently live streams. I do have one tutorial video that we are going to be doing tied to the Fallout miniatures here in a little while, and that's going to be the Maxon model that we built on stream last week, or last time, not last week, but last time, so on Tuesday. But most of that I just tend to stick to streams modernly. But yeah, I hope that answers the question. Yeah, I really do find that it helps me focus a little bit. Like having you guys like to talk to and occasionally look up and like help like make decisions and like go like, do you think this is looking good, etc. Like it really does help motivate me. And I've gotten way faster. I used to be really distracted. Like the way that I'm talking to you now, where I've completely stopped everything that I'm doing and I'm just having a conversation with you, that used to be more so just what I did on the regular. And so I would like as much as I've gotten done on him, that would have been all I would have gotten done on the stream. And so it was really unproductive, like maybe like half a year ago or so. But something just like, I don't know, it clicked in my head and I just was able to start getting more done. And I find that I need like, not really an audience specifically to paint, but I do need I need something else going on while I'm painting. And oftentimes it can be as simple as like I'm listening to music, or I've got like something stupid on like YouTube and I'm just watching that or whatever. But oftentimes like I like having Chaos Cultists in the room so that occasionally like if I need an opinion, I like having a person there, because if I need an opinion, I want to be able to go, hey, do you have a moment to look at this and help me make like a color decision? Or like, can you tell me if I've like pushed this enough or if it's not pushed enough, etc. when it comes to like highlights or shadows or something like that. So yeah. And then Rob, let me just go back up to, oh, I just realized, have you guys not been seeing chat this entire time? Somebody typed something. I think it was like fucked up this entire time. I'm so sorry about that. I didn't realize. I mean, we've been having a perfectly fine conversation. I just feel bad for anybody that's watching the VOD of they're gonna be like, what the fuck? Who is she? Like, what is she saying to people? Because I don't think it was refreshed. Weird that it was doing it fine here and not there and syncing, even though it was definitely synced. Huh. Anyways, I definitely hit the right one. I'm gonna like now paranoidly check that I'm actually live under the right stream. Yes. Okay, because the other one is still, well, I don't think it's showing. There it is. Okay, that one's upcoming. Okay, I am on the right one. Weird, I don't know what that was doing. Now I think it's gone completely, actually. I must have desynced. I'll have to ask Chaos Cultist about that. Sorry, I did not notice that until now because I'm so used to just like looking up at you guys there, because I feel like then I'm actually having a conversation with you because I can look at the camera and then I feel like I'm looking you in the eyes. But good, I'm glad that you found that. And then Rob, thank you so much again for the 18 months. Let me just scoot over here. Yeah, because it's not refreshing at all now. Why is it not doing that? I don't know. I'll ask Chaos Cultist about it. Go up, go up, go up. Okay, hobby resolutions. Let me get back to that. I try not to have super specific hobby resolutions, because I find if I do that, I tend to like honestly get freaked out by it and then never do them. So my generalized hobby resolution this year is I want to make more dioramas. I only made one last year, and I want to at least double that this year and do 2. And then I also want to just play more games. Like I want to play more tabletop games, etc., etc. So yeah, so I hope that answers I hope that gives you an idea of what my resolution is. Like I don't have any like I said, specific like hard goals, but I want to make more dioramas, and I want to play more like games with the miniatures that I've been painting. So I think that is probably ultimately like my two like main hobby resolutions for the year. And yours sound awesome. I think it was like you're painting your let me go back up. Painting up your Blood Knights and then, or painting up your Blood Knight army and then finishing your Dark Angels. Both great, I think, things to do. I don't have a specific army that I'm working towards right now, and frankly, until we hear an announcement about 11th edition, I don't know if I will. But I am really just wanting to like do more dioramas. I want to do more cosplay stuff. That would also be another hobby resolution, is I want to get more cosplay pieces done and like to completion so that I can actually use them for cons and photo shoots and all sorts of stuff. And then John, you asked, how have I found the Fallout minis and game? You've been very hesitant to buy. So I love the minis. I actually think the minis are really well done. I'm normally not the biggest fan of resin miniatures, and while I still don't love resin miniatures, I think that Modiphius makes some high quality resin models. And the one thing I would like warn you about is clipping them off of their sprue is where I feel like I have the most like, damn it, I lost a small little chunk because like the clipping just didn't go off clean. So if you are savvy with using a hobby knife to get your models off a little bit more cleanly from the sprue, then I would say do so. Or just like be very careful when you're using hobby like nippers, because I definitely had some moments, like basically on the Legion models, I accidentally clipped off a portion of like the elbow without realizing it on Leggett, and I was able to green stuff fix it, so it's not like I couldn't solve the problem, but I realized it when I put it on. I was like, oh, god damn it. And that was entirely a lost chunk when I was clipping the elbow off of the sprue. So just be careful of that. Maybe that's a me problem, but it's just something that I have found with resin models. But other than that, I think the sculpts are really great. The faces look awesome for the most part. Like there's some that are more hit or miss than others. Like the older stuff, like from the base game, which I was pointing behind me because I used to have the box behind me, but I don't anymore. It's upstairs because we're gonna have our battle report actually tomorrow. So if you want to see the gameplay for Fallout Wasteland Warfare, then you can check it out, because Chaos Cultist and I are gonna be playing tomorrow starting at 3 p.m. Pacific, or your regional equivalent. Now the thing that I will say is, in regards to Fallout Wasteland Warfare as a war game, it is less a war game and more of a combat-focused board game, in my personal opinion. The thing that makes it the most wargamey is that you are literally setting up your own board, and you can have as dense or not dense of terrain as you want, and you get the flexibility of just being able to set up your terrain and your battlefield however you really damn well please. But I would say, like, mechanically, I feel more so like I'm playing like a very heavy, like, combat-focused adventure board game, more so than a traditional war game a la Warhammer 40k, or even more so like historical war games and that kind of thing. So in that regard, I actually really love it. Like, I actually really like the game. And this is not sponsored, like Modiphius has not sponsored me or anything. I played it, but I'm a board game fan. And I like combat-focused adventure board games, and that is literally my jam. Like, basically, the way that Fallout Wasteland Warfare is set up in the rule book is there's a couple of ways that you can play it, and there's two ways in particular that really I like, and it's neither of the ways that we're playing tomorrow, but I still enjoy the way that we're playing tomorrow. Tomorrow's is just a pure versus. I think we're using technically a scenario that like could be run in the campaign version of the game, but we are not running the campaign specifically. We're just playing one of its scenarios out. But the way that I actually think is really fascinating and how I really want to see it used is you can run it in a GM mode where you have two players, but there's a GM who is basically like setting up the scenario, which means that instead of, like, when you set up the board, you often have to put out tokens that your characters can search and get new items. And sometimes you have to do like lockpick checks and stuff because you have special stats. All of your characters have special stats and everything, all your models. So like, and you have to do stuff to sometimes get items. Sometimes you just find a random thing out in the world, but sometimes you have to do something to get it. And the thing that I like, and I like that, but that's very board game-esque. But in the normal campaign, like the way we're gonna play it, it's gonna be random. Like my character might go to one of these items, search it, find something after doing whatever it is he or she needs to do, and then it's a random thing. I just pull it off the deck. Whereas if it's run by a GM, well, the GM is like, well, I know I put a nuke launcher in the center of the board. So the first person to get to that is gonna have suddenly a nuke launcher, and that might really help against Liberty Prime, which I've set up as like an AI, creature that's gonna come to life under a certain, basically. And this is slightly a scenario that I'm describing based off of the game that I saw GM'd by the Yogs cast. So basically there's 3 Yogs cast members, Lewis, and I can't remember the other 2 that were with them off the top of my head. I do apologize, I'm so sorry. I'm bad with names. But I know that Lewis was one of the players. There was one person who was the GM, and then the other guy was who he was versusing. Or actually, I think they might have been working cooperatively, now that I say that. It was a co-op thing, but they were being GM'd. And there was a scenario they were set up in. They had AI antagonists to fight, and the GM was sort of controlling them / setting up a specific scenario. And I love that idea. That's so cool to me, and I wish GW would do something like that. Like, I know that you can obviously have a friend GM and help run a narrative game or even a competitive game of Warhammer 40K, but the fact that Modifius actually gives guidance and rule sets for that mode, I would love Games Workshop to do something like that, because I don't know. One, I think that gets more people involved in the game at once. It keeps it fair and a little bit probably more balanced, and also you can kind of shenanigan things because you do have a GM, and they can, in the same way that you can shenanigan things when you are playing role-playing games, because you have somebody literally rolling dice behind a wall and they can say whatever the fuck they want about those dice because we ain't seeing them as the players, but the GM can fudge things to make it more interesting and a more engaging game. Imagine that with a Warhammer 40K game and how much cooler that could suddenly make it. I just think that sounds awesome. I know that I've seen people do that on the internet, and I've seen games of 40K GM'd, and frankly, those are sometimes my favorite games to watch as battle reports, because I like that inherent just narrative flow that happens because you have somebody guiding a little bit of the randomness that can occur on the back end. And I just think it's gonna be really, really fun. So I really like it. That's my my feeling is I like it, and I think the miniatures are great. I should talk to Modifius and see if they want to sponsor me or something. Frankly, for how much I like it. But genuinely, I do unbiasedly, not sponsored or anything. They are not paying me to say this. I genuinely do like the game, and I really like working on the miniatures. I've been working on them for the last basically since the TV, just slightly before the TV show started back up with this newest season, and I've been frankly cranking them out and loving it. They're really cool models to work on, and I like the the thing is I'm a fan of Fallout, and not just Bethesda's version of Fallout, but I've never played them, but I have a respect for Fallout 1 and 2. I've played New Vegas, not entirely through its completion yet. I'm still doing that, but I've played enough of it, and I've watched people play it to completion multiple times and it's such a great game. So I completely love what Obsidian Entertainment has done, and so I just really think I love some of the designs in the games. Some of the robot designs are really cool. I like some of the factions in the game, especially some of the ones that are coming from specifically New Vegas and all of that. It's cool to see some of the named characters in miniature form. I have a weakness for that kind of thing. So frankly, yeah, it fits everything that I would like. So there we go. All right, guys, I think with that, I've talked us right into the 5 o'clock hour, which is kind of what I was expecting to happen when I was answering those questions. But I hope you guys enjoyed. Mordheim was a little bit like that, yes. Yes, Mordheim was a little bit more of like, because it was a board game. Mordheim, and then anything that is, oh God, what do they call it? What do they call it? Because Cursed City, is it? Blackstone Fortress, is it? Silver Tower technically counts as one. What do they call that? There's a, in the same way that it's Warhammer 40K or Warhammer Age of Sigmar, Warhammer Blood Bowl, like it's blah, Age of Sigmar Silver Tower. Warhammer Quest, that's what it is. All of the Warhammer Quest products, thank you, Rob. Thank you. Your chat came in right as I remembered it. So yeah, like any of the Warhammer Quest products are GW's board games, in which case they are literally creating adventure. Rogue Trader was technically like their first war game, because that was the first edition of Warhammer 40K. But it was very different from what 40K is now. So like you could argue in my humble opinion that it was a board game, or at least a little bit more like one, but not exactly. But the Warhammer Quest stuff specifically is Games Workshop's board games in like a box, as most board games happen to come in. I don't know why I said it that way, but that's the idea. But yeah, so Warhammer Quest is all of Warhammer's board games, and they are chock full of that. That's what they do, is they make, like, if they make board games themselves, like if it's one that they are literally making themselves, it is an adventure combat heavy board game, which is what Silver Tower was, Blackstone Fortress was. I mean, these games still exist. They're a little harder to get your hands on because they're out of print. Especially Silver Tower. But so like what Silver Tower is, what Blackstone Fortress is, what Cursed City is, and as well as technically Space Hulk, I think was technically one of them as well. Or could be qualified as one. But that's also, again, another adventure board game. But yeah. All right, guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I will see you guys tomorrow at 2 different times, because again, we're having 2 streams tomorrow. The first one is going to be at 11 a.m. Pacific, and that is going to be our Warhammer watch-along party, where we're going to be watching and freaking out over whatever it is Games Workshop plans to show us. I am particularly interested in what we're getting for Blood Bowl. When it comes to our afternoon stream, we're going to give ourselves a little bit of a break for a lunch and a little bit of some downtime, because after that, we're coming back at 3 p.m. Pacific to play our first on-camera game of Fallout Wasteland Warfare. So if you have been interested in seeing how this game plays, if you're like, you've been on the fence about it and you're like, I don't know, I really haven't like seen anyone play it really, I don't really know if I like it, etc., and you just want to see what it is or what it's like, please definitely check out the stream. I'm really excited about it. I actually find the game really fun, and I hope you guys are looking forward to hanging out and seeing what we're going to be playing and how it actually plays. So I'll see you guys then. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow. I hope you're looking forward to it. I know that I am. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. See you guys. Have a wonderful hobby night, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.